Chapter 1295. Tianfeng Sea Area, one of the 5 great regions of the ancient desolate realm. A violent storm suddenly swept across the vast sea. It was as if the sky had collapsed, causing countless sea beasts to flee in all directions. In the tall void, a huge rift suddenly appeared out of thin air. An extremely ferocious aura seeped out from the rift. Then, as the huge crack slowly wriggled, a thin figure walked out from it. The figure wore a green robe and had a head of white hair that flowed like a waterfall. His eyes were resplendent, and his appearance was handsome. The terrifying spatial storm raged behind him, but it was unable to move his body at all. Tianfeng Sea Area. Yi Chen looked around disdainfully. He could not help but sigh. I've been away from the ancient, desolate realm for half a month. I wonder how the patriarchs and the rest are doing. With that, he waved his sleeve, and the huge astrolabe beneath his feet disappeared. Then he stepped out of the rift completely. Behind him, a white-clothed figure also slowly walked out of the rift. It was a white-clothed youth. When his indifferent eyes landed on the surroundings, there were complicated emotions flowing in them. Whoosh, 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 after the white-clothed youth walked out, a dozen figures with terrifying auras shot out from the rift, revealing the faces of the North Sea Hall Master and the others. More than 13,000 years, endless emotion and excitement appeared on the heavenly venerable North Sea's old face. After more than 13,000 years, I finally returned to the ancient, desolate realm. I've thought about it more than once. The founder of the Great Purity Palace, Fairy Yuqing, cried tears of joy. We might have to spend our lives in the Forbidden Sea and never return to the ancient, desolate realm. Ancient, desolate realm. I, the great, desolate poison master, am back. This is the smell of home. It's changed too much. I still remember that this was the place where the terrifying Sea clan lived, but now everything has changed. It was not just the 2 of them. Even the other 15 emperors, throne powerhouses, had tears in their eyes. Yi Chen watched this scene quietly and did not interrupt. In fact, he could understand these people's feelings. After all, being a living dead in the taboo ocean for tens of thousands of years was a kind of torture for anyone. He took a step forward and flew towards the land according to the impression he had in his mind. The North Sea Heavenly Sovereign and the others quickly followed. Yi Chen's expression was extremely grim along the way. Now, this vast land was no longer as magnificent and beautiful as it was before. All that was left was a scene of desolation. Whether it was the sea or the land, corpses could be seen everywhere. A huge sea tribe was annihilated. Countless corpses floated on the surface of the sea. Dyeing the river red, the land, on the other hand, was frozen for thousands of miles. Countless mountains, rivers, and plants were frozen forever. How did it become like this? Yi Chen's expression turned grimmer and grimmer when he saw that what exactly happened? It actually affected the mortals of the mortal world. Not only him, but the others also noticed that something was wrong. The scorching sun was rolling in the sky, but the ground was covered in ice and snow. Everything did not conform to the logic of the 4 seasons. The North Sea Heavenly Sovereign suddenly stopped in a valley and grabbed a handful of snow from the ground. He felt the chill that could freeze one's heart. It's the aura of a spell. What a strange snow! Fairy Yuqing sucked in a cold breath and said, even though we are in this snowflake, we still feel a chill down our spines. The others nodded repeatedly. They were all at the Emperor's throne stage and had long since abstained from eating. They were not afraid of the wind and rain, yet they were affected by the snow. Yi Chen's eyes focused. Then he grabbed a handful of snow from afar and held it in his hand. Then he looked at the falling snow. That's right, this snow is indeed a spell. His eyes flashed imperceptibly as he said, someone must have used a divinity to cause this snow disaster. That's why the northern region is in such a terrible state. The snowflakes contained extreme, killing intent. A single snowflake was not much, but when tens of thousands of snowflakes gathered together, the killing intent was earth-shattering. Who exactly is it that can display such a heaven-defying technique? The North Sea Heavenly Sovereign's expression was very solemn. When we were alive, we've never seen an existence with such ability. I'm afraid even the Eastly Emperor can't do it. Immortal Palace. Yi Qin and Yi Wuxuang spoke in unison. As soon as that was said, the expressions of the North Sea Heavenly Sovereign and the rest changed, and then they came to a realization. Amitabha, the Immortal Palace, is tyrannical. Zen Master Bao Xian of the West Earth Pure Zen sect held the prayer beads in his hand and said with compassion, "Such an inhumane spell almost destroys everything. Mortals are innocent, yet they have to suffer such a calamity. I wonder how the original great Li dynasty was like." Yi Qin narrowed his eyes. Then his body flashed and he traversed thousands of kilometers in an instant. He teleported toward the great Li dynasty in the northern region. The great Li dynasty, the giant that once suppressed the Tianfengxi area, was now only a pile of trash. Countless buildings had turned into ice sculptures, and countless guards who were still on duty had also turned into ice sculptures. Yi Qin landed above the palace and spread his divine consciousness. He took in the entire palace, but he did not see a single living person. The North Sea Heavenly Sovereign shook his head and said, "Judging from the traces at the scene, this man-made disaster came very suddenly. It was so sudden that these people did not even have time to react." Amitabha, Zen Master Bao Xian, was compassionate. At that moment, Yi Chen's gaze suddenly paused. Then he teleported toward the palace's artisan workshop. In the secret underground tunnel of the artisan workshop, it was extremely hot. It was as if one was in magma. However, there were two extremely weak figures in it. They were a man and a woman. The young man was only 17 or 18 years old, while the woman was about 30 or 40 years old. She was curled up at the entrance of the secret tunnel. Their faces were haggard and their lips were chapped. They seemed to be severely dehydrated. At the same time, they were swaying as if they were suffering from the cold and heat. "Xiao Nan, hold on. You can't sleep." The woman, leaning against the wall, tried her best to open her eyes. She bit her chapped lips and looked at the unconscious young man on the ground. "Xiao Nan, you can't sleep. Once you fall asleep, you won't wake up. Hold on a little longer. When the snow melts, we can go out. Mother will bring you to eat delicious food," no matter how hard the woman called out. The young man did not move at all. It was as if he was dead. At that moment, the secret tunnel suddenly shook. Then a thin young man stepped into the secret tunnel. The woman, who was about to faint, seemed to have seen her savior. "Sir, did Father send you to save us?" Yi Qin walked over and carried the woman after seeing the situation in the secret tunnel. "I'm here to save you." The woman's trembling voice was almost begging. "Sir, save my son first. I can still hold on. My son can't die. Please." End of this chapter. Chapter 1296. Inside the palace, beside a huge bonfire, Heavenly Venerable Beiyun and the rest looked at the mother and son who were fighting around the bonfire with sympathy. "Madame Zhu, are you saying that a powerhouse forced the great Li dynasty to submit, but the great Li dynasty was unwilling, so it snowed heavily?" Yi Qin channeled a trace of true origin energy into the mother and son's bodies. He then gave them a medicinal pill and asked slowly. The mother and son were the wife and son of the great Li dynasty's craftsman workshop deacon. After the snow disaster, the craftsman workshop deacon hid his wife and son in the craftsman workshop's secret tunnel. The craftsman workshop was connected to the underground fire, so the temperature was relatively high, so the mother and son were lucky to survive. "Yes, sir." Color gradually returned to the middle-aged woman's face. Her lips trembled as she said, "The ruler of the great Yin imperial dynasty, Di Xuanqing, issued a 1,000,000 kill order to deal with Celestial Master Ye's friend. He wants all forces in the ancient barren world to capture him." A shocking murderous aura swept out from Yi Chen's body as soon as he said that. It was as if the temperature between heaven and earth had dropped by dozens of degrees. Di Xianming? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "Didn't I kill him? Why did he revive so strangely?" Everyone says that Di Xianming isn't the real Di Xianming. Someone deliberately changed into Di Xuanming's appearance and took control of the great Yin imperial dynasty. The middle-aged woman looked at Yi Chen in disbelief as soon as she finished speaking. Then she knelt heavily and said, "Why, you're immortal master, Yi?" Yi Chen helped her up. What happened then? He knew the patriarch of Hell's strength. His daughter and the others would not be in danger under his protection. The only thing he was worried about was that the patriarch of Hell would become the ancient desolate realm's enemy. When everyone attacked, the patriarch of Hell would be alone, and the situation would not be good. After that, many forces were unwilling, including the Dali dynasty. Yi Futian said. The middle-aged woman smiled bitterly. Because everyone said that you're the descendant of the Eastly Emperor. No one wanted to make things difficult for your friend. Yi Chen killed his way into Jixia Academy, killed the schoolmaster, Kuyunzi, destroyed Jixia Academy, and started a shocking battle with Yi Dongli. Almost everyone in the ancient desolate realm knew what had happened. They also knew that Yi Chen was Yi Dongli's descendant. In an instant, countless forces that initially hated Yi Chen had a drastic change in their attitude toward him. All they felt was gratitude and pity. All of this was because Yi Dongli had given countless favors to too many forces when he was alive. Some of the founders of great sects had been taught by Yi Dongli. Some supreme aristocratic families were on the verge of destruction. It was Yi Dongli who saved them. Any force that still existed in the ancient barren world could be said to have received favors from Yi Dongli. Therefore, Yi Dongli's status in the ancient barren world was extremely special. Even after his death, there were still countless peerless giants who cried for him. After so many years, there were still countless people who felt sorry for Yi Dongli. Hearing her words, Heavenly Venerable North Sea and the others looked at Yi Chen in a different light. I didn't expect Lord Yi to be a descendant of the Eastly Emperor, Lord. Fairy Yuqing was even more shocked. No wonder Lord Ye's strength is so terrifying at such a young age. Di Xian Ao, Yi Chen's eyes flickered. It seems like this so-called Di Xian must be someone from the immortal palace in disguise, the middle-aged woman said with a pale face. Later, Di Xianbing activated the celestial phenomenon spiritual treasure, and all the forces that were unwilling to help were destroyed. What? Heavenly elephant spiritual treasure? The Northern Sea heavenly sovereign exclaimed in disbelief. I've heard that this treasure can summon the power of celestial phenomenon. It's no different from summoning the wind and rain, or even summoning heavenly lightning. I've heard of it as well. Buddhist monk Bao Xian's lips moved slightly. It is said that this treasure can absorb the heavenly thunder and store it in it before using it against the enemy. Fairy Yuqing took a deep breath and said, Then the great snow in the heavenly wind sea region must be caused by the immortal palace's heavenly elephant spirit treasure. Yi Chen interrupted him and looked at the middle-aged woman again. Which forces were destroyed? What about the North Sea dragon subduing Hull? My heavenly wind sea region was almost destroyed. The latter was still in shock as she said. The great dynasties of the northern region were also destroyed. Zhongzhou was a little better. Di Xianbing seemed to be a little afraid of existences like the North Sea dragon subduing Hull. He only threatened them not to interfere. Yi Chen's heart sank immediately. He said urgently, What about my friends? Like the Patriarch of Hell and the rest? That Lord Hell is very powerful. The middle-aged woman said intermittently, Di Xianbing once attacked Lord Hell, but he seemed to have returned in defeat. The Patriarch had defeated the people from the immortal palace? Yi Chen's brows relaxed immediately. However, he felt that something was amiss. Where is the Patriarch now? Lord Hell seemed to have been injured in the battle with Di Xianbing. Now he has brought his people to a Huang kingdom in the eastern wilderness. The middle-aged woman clenched her hands and said, However, they're not in a good situation now. It's said that Di Xianbing has used a spiritual treasure against a Huang kingdom. There are even some supreme forces who have chosen to submit to Di Xianbing, surrounding a Huang kingdom so tightly that not even a drop of water can trickle through. She could not help but look at Yi Chen as she said that, "Lord Yi, go quickly." This happened 10 days ago. A Huang kingdom will not be able to hold on for long when facing the siege of more than half of the ancient desolate realm. Boom! Just as she finished speaking, a terrifying, baleful aura storm stirred up in the hall again, causing the air to tremble. "Thank you, Madame Zhu." Yi Chen retracted the baleful aura in his body and said to the former, "I'll never forget your kindness. I'll order someone to send you and your daughter to a safe place." After saying that, he could not help but look at Fairy Yuqing. "Leave it to me." Fairy Yuqing took over the topic and said in a deep voice, "Lord Yi, after I send them to a safe place, I'll head to the eastern desolate realm to look for you." As soon as he said that, Heavenly Venerable Beiming clasped his fists at Yi Chen first. "Lord Yi, if you don't mind, I'm willing to lend you a hand. I'm also willing to lend you a hand, benefactor, for no other reason, but because the Eastly Emperor once risked his own cultivation to save the seniors of the Pure World Zen sect." Zen, Master Bao Xian, pressed his palms together. "We're willing to lend you a hand, Lord Yi." In an instant, more than 10 emperors' throne powerhouses unleashed their full cultivation base. Their voices were like thunder that shook people's hearts. Among these people, some were grateful to Yi Chen for bringing them back to the ancient desolate realm. But most of them were indebted to Yi Dongli back then. "All right, thank you, everyone." Yi Chen raised his head and took a deep breath of the cold air in the air. Shocking killing intent exploded in his deep eyes. "This time, I'll make sure that there are no more immortals in the Immortal Palace." End of this chapter. Chapter 1297. Ancient Barren World. Eastern Barren Territory. The flames of war spread to every corner of the Eastern Barren Territory. Whether it was the ancient Shi family or other forces, they were all destroyed. In the end, they could only hide in the Huang kingdom to survive. Now, the Huang kingdom was no longer the country of women that everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory envied. There was only wind and snow that seemed to freeze the entire country. Snow fell everywhere in the Huang kingdom. The streets were almost covered by the wind and snow. Not a single living person could be seen. Everyone hid in their houses. Even though there were bonfires for warmth, they still shivered and were filled with despair about the future. The heavens wanted to destroy the Huang kingdom. This was the only thought in the minds of almost every citizen of the Huang kingdom. That was why the heavens had specially sent this snow disaster. Even so, the Huang kingdom was much better than other places. At the very least, not many people in the Huang kingdom froze to death during the 10 days when the snow covered the sky. All of this was because there were hundreds of towering pillars of divine fire erected in the Huang kingdom. These hundreds of pillars of divine fire were tens of thousands of meters tall. They were like huge chimneys, constantly emitting heat to the outside world in an attempt to resist the snow disaster. All the citizens of the Huang kingdom remembered one person. They even set up tokens in their homes to worship this person. This person was the Yellow Spring ancestor. After the snow covered the sky, the Yellow Spring ancestor mobilized the power of the country to create hundreds of towering pillars of divine fire in the Huang kingdom. It was also these pillars of divine fire that saved countless lives. A Huang kingdom, at the peak of the imperial city, 2 figures stood in the air, sizing up the Huang kingdom that was protected by the matrix. Their gazes passed through the matrix and looked at the powerful auras outside. One of them, a beautiful woman in a phoenix robe, murmured, "Yellow Spring, do you think we can make it?" Jiang Lei's eyes were full of sorrow. The Huang kingdom had always been in her hands. She didn't expect it to suffer such a great disaster. Even so, she still looked at the black-clothed youth in front of her with affection. Although his face was unruly, he gave her a great sense of security. Thus, it was the person she loved who saved the country, and even heavily injured the emissary from the immortal palace. Slap! Just as she was thinking, her buttocks were heavily slapped by a perverted hand, and then she was pulled into the arms of the black-clothed youth in an extremely domineering manner. Caught off guard, Jiang Lei couldn't help but let out a whimper. Then a snappy voice sounded in her ears. "What? Don't you trust me?" "No." Jiang Lei's beautiful face immediately flushed red. She stared blankly at the black-robed youth's features. "I'm worried about your injuries. My body is very good. I can do it 10 times in one night." The Patriarch of Hell chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have affected his injuries, and he couldn't help but cough. "Don't lie to me." Jiang Lei seemed to be rebuking him as she looked at him. "For the sake of saving your brother, you took on Kuyunzi's fatal strike, and then you were injured. Afterwards, you fought with Immortal Palace's emissary. Even though the latter escaped after being seriously injured, you weren't much better off. You're such a troublesome woman." Seeing that his pretense had been exposed, the Patriarch of Hell immediately put on a stern face. "If you want to be my woman, you have to listen to me. If I say one thing, you can't say another." As soon as that was said, the world suddenly fell silent. Not long after, Jiang Lei's sobbing could be heard. The Patriarch of Hell was silent for a few seconds before he said seriously, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I promised Fellow Yi that I would protect his family until he returns. How can I die so easily? What if—" Jiang Lei wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said hesitantly, "What if Mr. Yi doesn't come back? After all, that's the Forbidden Sea. He won't." The Patriarch of Hell grinned and said, "You don't know Fellow Yi. His abilities are beyond your imagination. In fact, even I don't know much about him." As he said that, he could not help but recall the first time he met Yi Qin. At that time, he failed the tribulation, and only a wisp of his soul fell to earth. He had no choice but to possess a dog. It was also by chance that he was brought back to the Yi family. It was that night that he found out that Yi Chen was a cultivator. However, Yi Chen was only on intermediate stage, spirit, assembly at that time. The Patriarch of Hell relied on his identity as a tribulation stage almighty in his previous life to show off to Yi Chen, but Yi Chen countered him. Since then, Yi Chen's growth shocked him. He went from intermediate stage, spirit, assembly to beginner stage, God transformation, and he was ahead of the Patriarch of Hell. The Patriarch of Hell knew very well that he was a tribulation stage almighty in his previous life, but he still could not compare to Yi Chen. It could only prove that Yi Chen had some fortuitous encounter that was beyond his imagination. Just as Jiang Lei was about to say something, she suddenly heard a loud bang. Then the ground beneath her feet began to tremble violently as if the earth was shaking. "The formation is broken." The Patriarch of Hell narrowed his eyes and said, "Although I guessed that this day would come sooner or later, I didn't expect these people to be so fast. Take care of Fellow Ye's family. Leave the rest to me. This is what a man should do." After saying that, his figure flashed, and he instantly teleported thousands of kilometers away, landing on the city wall. At the same time, several figures rushed over from all directions within a Huang kingdom. Among these people were powerhouses from a Huang kingdom, as well as powerhouses from the remaining forces of Eastern Wilderness. An old man with spots on his face looked solemnly at the dragon of murderous aura in the distance. "Fellow Huang Quan, they've launched an attack. What should we do now?" "Just do it." The Patriarch of Hell's expression did not change. A wisp of killing intent that had not been seen for a long time intensified in his eyes. "If you're afraid, you can submit to the Immortal Palace. Perhaps you can save your lives." "Fellow Huang Quan, you're wrong." A9 Revolution, Marshal St. Clan elder from the Sher family, smiled bitterly. "Our Sher family has received the favor of the Eastly Emperor, and Qianhan is a close friend of Emperor Yi. How can we surrender?" "That's right." Another powerhouse also stood up and said with a determined expression, "The forces we belong to are all destroyed by the lackeys of the Immortal Palace. Since there's no way out today, why don't we fight to the death?" It's enough to drag one of them down with us before we die. We'd rather die than surrender. Boom, boom, boom. Earth-shaking roars rumbled in the capital of a Huang kingdom, as if even the falling snowflakes in the world had stopped. That's good. If you remember the formation that the patriarch taught you, you can barely hold back an emperor's throne. The patriarch of hell narrowed his eyes and sneered. As for the remaining emperor's throne lackeys, leave them to me. As his voice fell, more than 20 murderous aura dragons streaked across the sky, approaching from afar. These 20 people all emitted a thick emperor's aura. Chapter 1298. 25. Old Ancestor Yellow, Spring, fixed his gaze on the 25 people. His calm expression changed. That guy from the Immortal Palace actually sent 25 Emperor's Throne Realm cultivators. He really thinks highly of me. The experts behind him were all shocked beyond belief. Even though they were prepared, they did not expect 25 Emperor's Throne Realm cultivators to descend. This number was almost 3/4 of the peak power in the ancient barren world. There are many unfamiliar faces among them. They seem to be old monsters who are in hibernation from the major forces. The 9 Revolutions martial saint from the Sher family sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Just what benefits did the Immortal Palace give them to actually make them forget the kindness of Emperor Lord Dongli and willingly become someone else's lackey to attack us?" More than 20 figures instantly flew 100 zhang away. More than 20 emperors might merge together, causing the world to change color. The leader was an old man with a sword on his back. His entire body was filled with an aura of death, like an old man with one foot in the grave. It's the founder of the Clear Sky Sword Sect, Sword Venerable Clear Sky. The 9 Revolution martial saint from the Sher family's pupils constricted when he saw the newcomer. He said in shock, "Wasn't it rumored that he died a long time ago?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old man with the sword on his back smiled sinisterly. "I didn't expect that after thousands of years there would still be people who remember this old man, Sword Venerable Clear Sky. You were just a sword boy of the Emperor Lord Dongli back then. If it wasn't for the Emperor Lord Dongli teaching you swordsmanship, how could you be where you are today?" An expert behind Old Ancestor Yellow Spring couldn't help but say angrily, "Now you've become the lackey of the Immortal Palace and want to attack the descendant of the Emperor, Lord Dongli?" "The Emperor Lord Dongli?" Sword Venerable Clear Sky smiled indifferently. "It's true that he taught me swordsmanship back then, but who told him to become enemies with the Immortal Palace? As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. It's normal for us to not be on the same boat as him." "You," the person from before was furious. "You're just a piece of trash struggling at death's door." Old Ancestor Yellow Spring looked at him quietly and seemed to be disdainful. "If you continue struggling at death's door, you might be able to live for a few more years. But now you dare to become enemies with me. Today next year will be the anniversary of your death. You must be Old Ancestor Yellow Spring." Honorable swordsman Hao Tian sized up Old Ancestor Yellow Spring and said with a faint smile, "I admit that your strength is unfathomable, and I'm not even your successor. But don't forget that we have more than 20 Emperors Throne Realm cultivators here today. So what? They're just a bunch of chickens and dogs." Patriarch Yellow Spring's expression did not change. One of the Emperor's throne experts sneered and said, "Old Ancestor Yellow Spring, I heard that you were seriously injured by the Lord of the Immortal Palace. I wonder how much fighting strength you have left." Patriarch Yellow Spring said, "You can come and experience it. You don't have to provoke me." The man was so angry that he laughed. "Today, the order we received was not to fight you alone, but to join hands and kill you. Attack! And this quickly." Swordsman Haotian let out a fierce cry. He took out a sword of the way, which cut through the 9 heavens, pierced through the world, and slashed at Patriarch Yellow Spring. This scene was extremely terrifying. He waved the sword with one arm as if he was going to cut down the 9 heavens and destroy all living beings in the world. Kill. The other 20 people attacked at the same time. Some swung their spiritual treasures, and some used supreme Tao techniques. Rumble. More than 20 emperors throne experts attacked, and the power was so great that it instantly turned the void into powder. Attack! Patriarch Yellow Spring also roared and took the initiative to meet swordsman Hao Jian. He raised his hand and used the invincible fist seal. Break! Everyone, fight to the death! The 9 Revolution Martial Saint of the Sher family took a deep breath and immediately burned his lifespan. His aura began to rise violently. Fight to the death! The others all burned their lifespan. In an instant, a terrifying aura swept out. The 9 Revolution Martial Saint of the Sher family's hair instantly turned white. Countless wrinkles appeared on his face at a speed visible to the naked eye. He roared. Form the netherworld extinguishing formation. Boom! Immediately, 5 people landed beside him and set up an extremely profound and mysterious formation. Their auras instantly merged into one. This was the formation that Patriarch Yellow Spring had taught them earlier. Kill. Feeling the surge of power in his body, the 9 Revolution Martial Saint of the Sher family laughed maniacally. He then charged at an Emperor's Throne expert without fear of death. Form the formation. After him, another 9 Revolution Martial Saint roared and chose to burn his lifespan. Another 5 people landed beside him and formed the netherworld extinguishing formation with him. Kill. At this moment, everyone chose to fight with their lives on the line. Boom! Many scales burst out from Patriarch Yellow Spring's body. All the scales opened and a terrifying aura surged out. A faint shadow appeared behind him. The shadow was like a ferocious beast. Its roar shook the mountains and rivers, and an endless amount of ferocious aura burst out. Bang! Swordsman Hao Yan's left arm was cut off by Patriarch Yellow Spring. As he retreated madly, he looked at Patriarch Yellow Spring in shock. You're not human. Demonic aura. He felt an overwhelming demonic aura from Patriarch Yellow Spring's body. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying demonic aura that did not seem to belong to this world. Die! Patriarch Yellow Spring roared and charged at Swordsman Hao Yan. The ferocious beast behind him was as tall as the sky, and its terrifying ferocious aura shot into the clouds. At the same time, the attacks from the 12 Emperor's Throne experts landed on him. Puff! Patriarch Yellow Spring staggered and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Then the ferocious beast behind him opened its mouth and swallowed the world. Before everyone's eyes, an Emperor's Throne expert was swallowed into its mouth. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Give up! Swordsman Hao Tian laughed and said, No matter how strong you are no match for us today. No one in this world can save you. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the void above everyone's heads. Then, many corpses fell from the crack like rain. Those are the disciples of ancient God sect, and our sect leader. Looking at the corpses that fell like rain, the expressions of Swordsman Hao Tian and the others suddenly became extremely ugly. The corpses belonged to the orthodoxies behind them, but they were all killed and their corpses were thrown down. Swordsman Hao Yan roared, Who is it? The next moment, a huge purple-gold serpent dragon tore through the air, and on its back stood a middle-aged man in a purple-gold robe. Hull, Master Biming. Someone recognized him immediately and gritted his teeth. That's right, it's me. Hull, Master Biming stood in the sky with his clothes fluttering. Before I came, I already destroyed the orthodoxies behind you. Not a single one of them was left alive. End of this chapter. Chapter 1299. As his voice fell, everyone's expression changed. Too ruthless. This meant that they were all alone now. Sword Venerable, how Tion's eyes were filled with murderous intent. North Sea Hall Master, do you want to be our enemy? Enemy. The North Sea Hall Master looked sorrowful. The Immortal Palace is tyrannical. Today, I represent the North Sea Dragon, subduing Hall in rebellion. Just you alone. Sword Venerable, how Tion sneered. Me too. Then, another man in a dragon robe stepped through the air. The great Xia dynasty is rebelling. Amit Ba, a 5-colored lotus came from the horizon. An old monk put his palms together. The West Earth Pure Zen sect is rebelling. The Light Palace is rebelling too. With a crisp sound that sounded like a silver bell, a giant purple gold gourd appeared in the sea of clouds and struck horizontally. Immortals in heaven, do you dare to come to this world? Another ray of sword light cut through the sky, illuminating the sky. An old man appeared. The sword hut is rebelling too. Elder Pan descended. The square tower is rebelling too. The South Sea monster race is rebelling too. The Sumer's secret realm is rebelling too. In just a few breaths, a dozen people descended. They were all emperors, throne cultivators. North Sea Dragon subduing Hall. Great Xia dynasty, Light Palace, Sword Hut, Square Tower, Black Tortoise race of the South Sea. Sumer's secret realm, Montoa Mountain. Looking at the familiar figures, Sword Venerable, how Tion's face was extremely gloomy, and it was even twitching. The expressions of the 20 people behind him changed as well. They were all here. The remaining emperors, throne cultivators of the ancient barren world, were all here. This was unprecedented. This had never happened in the history of the ancient barren world. Even Patriarch Yellow Spring was extremely surprised. These forces had all remained neutral before. He didn't think they would all come to help him today. Good, very good. A moment later, a furious voice came from Sword Venerable Hao Tian. North Sea Dragon subduing Hall, are you really going to rebel? Aren't you afraid of the Immortal Palace's punishment? Immortal Palace? The Lord sneered. They are immortals? They're just a bunch of cultivators who are stronger than us and don't care about their lives. Do they deserve to be called immortals? The leader of the Sword Hut's voice was like thunder. Even if they really are immortals, we will kill them today and open up a new world for the ancient barren world. Foam Taitsong, you are a remnant of the Sword Hut. Sword Sovereign, how Tion's eyes were sinister as he stared at him. Your Sword Hut has always been enemies with Immortal Palace. After all these years, you have been hiding here and there like a mouse. Today, you actually dare show yourself. Old man Hao Tian, you have learned Dong Li Imperial Lord Sword Principle, but you are ungrateful. Today, I want to have a taste of your swordsmanship. Foam Taitsong's sword light was like thunder. So what if you join us today? Venerable swordsman Hao Tian was so angry that he laughed. We have 25 Emperor's Throne Realm cultivators, while your side only has 16. You can't change the situation. Cut the crap. You will die today. Foam Taitsong, the master of the Sword Hut, let out a soft shout. He closed his 5 fingers and turned them into a peerless divine sword. He took the lead and slashed towards Sword Venerable Hao Tian. Do it. At the same time, North Yun Temple Master and the others looked at each other and then attacked together, shaking the sky. A total of 40 emperors, throne, realm, cultivators fought. The mountains and rivers shook and the sky trembled. The power was earth-shattering. Fellow son, I will hold them back. While Venerable Swordsman Hao Tian was fighting with Feng Taitsong, he shouted, you will join forces and kill Ancestor Netherworld first. All right. The one called Fellow Sun was a peerless demon lord. Then he turned into a giant silver tiger and pounced towards Ancestor Netherworld. He slammed his claw down. Before the claw landed, a mountain on the ground exploded. Ancestor Netherworld, die! A total of 9 Emperor's Throne Realm cultivators joined forces and attacked Ancestor Netherworld. Ancestor Netherworld's body shook, and the shadow of a giant ferocious beast appeared behind him again. Murderous aura swept in all directions, and he took the initiative to attack the giant silver tiger. Rumble! Countless terrifying attacks fell on his body, and a trace of blood immediately flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, he was unmoved. After forcefully breaking the giant silver tiger's claw, then he tore the giant silver tiger apart with his bare hands. Blood splattered in the sky. It was shocking. Kill him while he's down. The other 8 Emperor's Throne Realm cultivators were shocked, and they attacked again, not giving Ancestor Netherworld a chance to breathe. You bunch of trash, want to kill me? Ancestor Netherworld's roar shook the mountains and rivers. He charged into the crowd and killed in all directions. His ferocious aura was monstrous, and his injuries were getting worse. Puff! Someone slashed at Ancestor Netherworld's neck with a sword. Instantly his head flew off. Ancestor Netherworld is dead. Ancestor Netherworld is dead. That person was instantly ecstatic. Seeing this scene, Temple Master Northian and the others were so furious that their eyes almost popped out. They shouted with all their might, "Fellow Netherworld!" Even Jiang Lei, who was within the imperial palace, trembled violently when she saw this, while her face turned incomparably pale. However, at the next moment, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. "He's not dead? How is this possible?" Under everyone's horrified gazes, Ancestor Netherworld's severed head automatically returned to his neck and recovered to its original state. Sword Venerable Hao Tian's pupils shrunk violently. Seeing that Ancestor Netherworld's face was getting paler, he couldn't help but ask, "Is this a life substitution technique?" Ancestor Netherworld wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Monstrous, demonic energy swept out from the depths of his eyes. "Congratulations, you've successfully angered me." At this moment, a giant cauldron suddenly descended from the sky. It carried a monstrous aura and whistled toward Ancestor Netherworld. Scram! Ancestor Netherworld roared. He took a step and slammed into the giant cauldron. Buzz! The giant cauldron deviated and smashed into a mountain. The mountain was instantly set ablaze and turned into ruins. In the sky, a golden figure that looked like a god slowly descended with an oppressive aura. Cough, cough, cough. Ancestor Netherworld coughed up blood violently. "A loser like you dares to appear in front of me?" Sword Venerable Hao Tian and the others were overjoyed. "My lord!" The expressions of Hall Master Baiyun and the others changed. The golden figure ignored everything and looked down at Patriarch Yellow Spring from above. "The facts have proven that you're no match for me in the end. I've exhausted your strength with just a few ants. You're no longer a match for me. You can try." Ancestor Netherworld sneered. "Give up." The golden figure's oppressive aura was like a mountain. Its voice shook the world. "No one can save you today. I'll give you one more chance. Submit to me, and I'll spare your life." "Oh, is that so?" Practically at that moment, a cold voice suddenly resounded between the heavens and earth. Then, red snowflakes fell one after another. P.S. Chapter 5. Today's update is complete. Please give me some tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 1300. Oh, is that so? The voice was neither loud nor soft, but it spread to every corner of the world and shook the surroundings. As these words rang out, the earth-shattering battle instantly came to an abrupt halt. Countless people's expressions changed. An Emperor's Throne powerhouse subconsciously reached out to catch a snowflake. Just as he was about to crush it, he immediately screamed and turned into an ice sculpture. He fell to the ground and turned into countless ice shards. "There's something wrong with this snow. Don't touch it." Sword Master Hao Tian seemed to have thought of something and immediately shouted. He urged all the spiritual essence in his body to form a vitality barrier outside his body. The rest of the people's expressions changed drastically and they followed suit. Meanwhile, the eyes of the golden figure in the void were fixed on the falling red snowflakes. Artistic conception. He felt an extreme artistic conception from the red snowflakes. The artistic conception was filled with endless killing intent, and it made him shudder. How is this possible? He felt a chill in his heart, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Who is it? Who the hell is it? Sword Master Hao Tian and the others looked at the void as if they were facing a great enemy. Their expressions were extremely ugly. On the other hand, the Patriarch of Yellow Spring was extremely excited. He almost shouted, "Fellow Yi, is that you?" The red snowflakes were still falling. An old man in black roared, "Who the hell is it? Show yourself if you can. What's the difference between sneaking around and a mouse?" Whoosh! At that moment, a shocking sword light fell from the void like a golden thunderbolt. It was so fast that it appeared in front of the old man in the blink of an eye. The old man in black had goosebumps all over his body. He immediately shouted, and countless barbs immediately appeared on the surface of his body, protecting him like dragon scales. It was his protective treasure, the soft hedgehog spirit armor. It could resist a fatal blow from an emperor's throne powerhouse and had resolved many crises for him. However, it was useless. The dazzling luster had easily pierced through his defensive treasure and split him into two. Even his spirit wasn't spared. Ah! His blood-curdling screams echoed throughout the world. A dignified emperor's throne realm expert was killed by a sword. From the beginning to the end, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. He didn't even see who killed him. In an instant, the world fell silent. No one dared to make a sound. There was only endless terror in their hearts. That was an emperor's throne, but he died so miserably. For a moment, Sword Venerable Clear Sky and the others could not help but look at the golden figure in the void. The golden figure's eyes were like lightning as he said in a deep voice, "Since you're here, show yourself." "As you wish." At this moment, a calm voice rang out. Then a huge crack suddenly appeared in the void, like a spider web. Then two figures tore through the void and appeared. When they saw the face of the person leading the group, waves of exclamations and cries of surprise suddenly erupted in the surroundings. "Fellow Taoist Yi! Imperial Lord Yi! Yi Chen!" These voices were mixed with excitement, shock, surprise, and even astonishment. In the blink of an eye, these voices covered the entire world. Hall, Master Baiyun, and the others were in disbelief. Jew cried tears of joy. Sword Venerable Clear Sky and the others were stunned, their eyes filled with shock. The expression of the golden figure in the void, who was the envoy of the immortal palace, became extremely gloomy. The disdain in his eyes was gradually covered by a deep sense of fear. It was because he could not see through Yi Chen ever since he appeared. Yi Chen's figure slowly landed next to the Patriarch of Hell. He lifted his eyes to look at his injuries and eventually said softly, "Thank you for this." He and the Patriarch had known each other for a long time and trusted each other. However, under such circumstances, he was still extremely touched. The Patriarch of Hell was not an emotional person. He shook his head indifferently and chuckled. "I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime." As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have affected his injuries. He could not help but cough, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth again. Yi Chen smiled lightly. "Go and rest for now. I'll be here today." "All right." The Patriarch of Hell did not argue. He took a deep look at the golden figure in the void. "Be careful. This guy still has some tricks up his sleeve." After saying that, he turned around and retreated to the side. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen turned around slightly. Then his cold eyes swept past Sword Venerable Hao Tian and the rest slowly. Endless killing intent surged from the depths of his eyes. The temperature between heaven and earth immediately cooled down. The golden figure slowly descended from the void and looked straight at Yi Chen with a sinister gaze. Who are you? How dare you interfere in the matters of the Immortal Palace? The people I want to kill are from the Immortal Palace. Yi Chen suddenly grinned. An extremely cold arc appeared at the corner of his lips. The former's gaze froze. You. At that moment, an Emperor's throne powerhouse behind him could not help but step forward and say in a deep voice, Sir, this is Yi Chen who killed Kuyunzi. Oh, the Immortal Palace envoy was stunned at first. Then he looked at Yi Chen in shock. Didn't the Immortal Palace send you into the Forbidden Sea? How did he manage to escape? There was a hint of fear in his eyes. This brat was sent into the Forbidden Sea by the Immortal Palace. It was fine if he was not dead. He even seemed to have become stronger. The rest could not help but look at Yi Chen. Even Sword Venerable Hao Tian, Temple Master North Sea, and the rest were no exception. After all, it was rumored that the Forbidden Ocean was a prison of death. Anyone who was in prison there would never be able to escape. Yi Chen seemed to say mockingly, Naturally, it's because of my determination to destroy your immortal palace that drove me to break through the Forbidden Ocean and return. Just you? Immortal Palace's emissary laughed from extreme anger. Yi, you came at the right time. Sword Venerable Haotian glared at Yi Chen coldly and mocked. My Haotian sword master Haotian died in your hands. I must tear you into pieces today to vent my hatred. Not bad. Another powerhouse stood out and smirked coldly. Yi, so what if you're stronger than us? Today, with Immortal Palace Great One here, together with more than 20 of us at the Emperor's throne realm, you won't be so lucky this time. The expressions of the Hall Master and the others slightly changed after hearing this. They could still share some of the pressure for Yi Chen, but everyone present knew that the greatest pressure came from the Immortal Palace envoy and the remaining Emperor's throne powerhouses. Could Yi Chen deal with them? Under countless gazes, Yi Chen smiled lightly. Old man, you want to compete with me in numbers? At the next moment, he slowly raised his hand and waved it down. In an instant, the space above everyone's heads distorted again. Before everyone could react, more than 10 old figures suddenly tore through the air and landed behind Yi Chen. End of this chapter. Chapter 1301. Greetings, Lord Yi. Heavenly Venerable Beiyun and the others bowed to Yi Chen and cupped their fists. Their voices were like thunder, shaking the surroundings. Dead silence. The world suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the dozen figures that suddenly appeared. After sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from their bodies, many people's expressions suddenly changed. Their foreheads immediately broke out in cold sweat uncontrollably. Emperor's throne stage. All of them were at the Emperor's throne stage. Even the faces of Hall Master Beiyun and the others were filled with disbelief. Where did so many Emperor's throne powerhouses come from? Only the Immortal Palace emissary's pupils constricted slightly, and then he said coldly, So it's the prisoners we sent into the Forbidden Sea back then. I didn't expect you all to still be alive. Dogs of the Immortal Palace, the heavens have eyes, allowing us to return to the ancient barren world in our lifetime. Heavenly Venerable Beiyun looked at the former coldly and smiled sinisterly. We will use our remaining lifespans to fight to the death with your Immortal Palace. Just you bunch of trash. The Immortal Palace emissary smiled disdainfully. Heavenly Venerable Beiyun did not argue with him. Instead, he took a step forward and swept his gaze across the crowd. This old man is the founder of the North Sea Dragon, subduing Hull. Heavenly Venerable Beiyun, is there anyone from my North Sea Dragon, subduing Hull? As his voice fell, the originally deathly silent world suddenly surged with waves of tempestuous waves. What? He's the Heavenly Venerable Beiyun? The Heavenly Venerable Beiyun who founded the North Sea Dragon, subduing Hull more than 10,000 years ago? This person is actually still alive, oh my God! Countless people's faces turned pale and they were extremely shocked. When Hall Master Baiyun heard this, he immediately rushed out of the crowd and knelt heavily in front of Heavenly Venerable Baiyun. He said with a trembling voice, "Unfilial disciple Zi Kunlun, North Sea Dragon subduing Hall's third-generation Hall Master, greets the founder of the Hall. North Sea Dragon subduing Hall will join the resistance against the Immortal Palace from now on. Do you have any objections?" Heavenly Venerable Baiyun said without anger. Hall Master Baiyun nodded heavily. "Disciple is willing." Pure World Zen Sect Ancestor Bao Xian's Buddhist power was imposing. Pure World Zen Sect of the West is here. An old monk wearing a monk robe and standing on a lotus throne immediately walked out of the crowd. "Greetings, Lord Buddha!" World Cleansing Sect will join the resistance against Immortal Palace. Do you have any objections? Buddhist Master Bao Xian asked. The old monk put his palms together solemnly. The 36,000 disciples of the Buddhist sect are willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Are the South Sea monster spirits present? Descendant of the Light Palace, come out and see me. In an instant, the dozen or so emperor's throne powerhouses that Yi Chen had brought with him appeared one after another. They found the descendants of the orthodoxy they had left behind in the past. Most of them were forces that were on good terms with Yi Chen. What was more interesting was that one of the founders of the 1,000 Transformations sect charged into the crowd of Sword Venerable Haotian and the rest. He reached out and grabbed a burly man's ear and walked toward Yi Chen's camp. He cursed, "You bastard! How could I have such an ungrateful descendant like you? If I had known earlier, I would have beaten your father to the wall." Primogenitor, disciple was wrong, disciple was wrong. The 1,000 Transformations sect's current sect master's face was flushed red, but he didn't dare to retort, allowing the sect master to scold him as he apologized profusely. The master of the Great Precipice Cave, right? Behind Yi Chen, the old Great Precipice Cave master pointed at a white-haired old man and scolded loudly. "Get your ass over here right now. Otherwise, this old man will clean up my Great Precipice Cave's door right now." The latter's expression changed. He immediately walked from Sword Venerable Haotian's camp to Yi Chen's side. He lowered his head and allowed the old master of the Great Precipice Cave to scold him. The Emperor's throne powerhouses in Yi Chen's camp recognized the descendants of Sword Venerable Haotian and the rest. In less than 10 minutes, there were less than 15 Emperor's throne powerhouses left in Sword Venerable Haotian's camp. The rest were all successfully instigated to join Yi Chen's camp. This scene infuriated Sword Venerable Haotian and the rest to the point of vomiting blood. Previously, they had the absolute advantage in terms of the number of powerhouses and their peak combat power. However, who would have thought that nearly 10 people would defect in an instant, causing the situation to change drastically? Lord Yi, Heavenly Venerable North Sea, could not help but look at Yi Chen. His eyes were filled with inquiry as if he was waiting for his order. "Kill, don't leave a single one alive." Yi Chen waved his hand lightly, his voice extremely indifferent. As soon as he said that, the originally peaceful world was instantly drowned by countless earth-shaking killing intent. Before Yi Chen arrived, there were more than 10 Emperor's throne powerhouses helping the Patriarch of Hell. In addition to the dozen people Yi Chen brought, including Heavenly Venerable North Sea, as well as the nearly 10 people who were instigated by Hall Venerable North Sea and the rest. In other words, there were nearly 40 Emperor's throne powerhouses by Yi Chen's side. On the other hand, there were only a dozen or so people left in Sword Venerable Haotian's camp. Kill all these lackeys of the Immortal Palace. Heavenly Venerable North Sea and the rest attacked Sword Venerable Haotian and the rest with murderous intent. A great battle broke out immediately. For a moment, it was incomparably chaotic. Countless abilities collided fiercely. From time to time, screams would explode in the world, accompanied by thick blood mist rising into the air. The envoy from the Immortal Palace acted as if he did not see the scene. His indifferent gaze remained on Yi Qin. Yi Qin stared at him quietly. Even though the surrounding killing intent was overflowing, no one from either side attacked the two of them because everyone knew that the real battle was between the two of them. The outcome of these two would determine the balance of the battle. Yi Wushuang, who was next to Yi Qin, was filled with sword intent. He looked at the envoy from the immortal palace eagerly. "Big brother, I'll go kill him." "Leave this person to me." Yi Qin shook his head slightly and said coldly, "I want to personally take his head. It's the first gift to the immortal palace." Shameless boasting. When the envoy heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. "Do you really think you can be so arrogant just because you have the help of a few ants? None of you will survive today." After saying that, he waved his sleeve, and the space beside him suddenly distorted violently. Boom! The sky split open, and a godlike figure shot out from the huge crack. Immediately, a man dressed in snow-white clothes appeared. Emperor Lord Dongli. At that moment, Heavenly Venerable North Sea and the others who were fighting could not help but pause. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the white-clothed figure. Yi Qin sneered, "This move again." "Leave him to me." Without waiting for Yi Qin to speak, Yi Wushuang's figure flashed, and he charged at Yi Dongli first. The sword intent on his body swept out, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. It was because he saw something in common with Yi Dongli. It was as if the two of them were going to have a battle in the dark. Everyone says that you're the number one person in the primordial era 10,000 years ago. You suppressed the world, and you're even known as the Supreme Sword Dao. Yi Wushuang looked at Yi Dongli quietly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "My name is Wushuang, unparalleled in the Sword Dao. Sorry for offending you today." End of this chapter. Chapter 1302. Yi Dongli's white clothes fluttered, looking magnificent. His hollow eyes stared at Yi Wushuang. Flames faintly bloomed in the depths of his eyes, as if he had sensed fate's arrangements. "Today, the two of us will only talk about the sword." Yi Wushuang's gaze was calm. "I hope you won't disappoint me." As soon as he finished speaking, the wind and clouds changed, and the stars moved. Boundless sword gleams condensed around him. They were endless, and the number was unimaginable. It was not an exaggeration to say that they covered the sky and covered the sun. Whoosh, whoosh! At the same time, a monstrous sword cry came from Yi Dongli's body. It was earth-shattering like rolling thunder. Boom! In the next moment, the two of them seemed to have made an agreement. Their figures moved like lightning, charging towards each other. Sword gleams covered the sky, and endless sword chi collided. This was a battle between Yi Wushuang and Yi Dongli. It was also a battle of the sword Dao that they had agreed on. It had nothing to do with grudges or life and death. This scene was also noticed by Heavenly Venerable North Sea and the others who were fighting. When they sensed the clash of wills between the two of them, many people turned pale. Even the immortal palace emissary's expression could not help but change. He did not expect Yi Wushuang to grow so quickly. Yi Qin retracted his gaze and looked at the former quietly. His eyes flickered. "Now it's our turn." "Kill." The immortal palace emissary did not say anything unnecessary. He directly used the most forceful method to attack Yi Qin. Boom! At that moment, his body suddenly expanded, growing from 8 feet to more than 10 feet. His steel-like body flickered with a cold metallic luster. In an instant, the void trembled, deafening. Endless pressure spread out in all directions with him as the center, wanting to suppress everything. Tap, tap, tap. Under such terrifying pressure, no matter who it was, their expressions suddenly changed, and they could not help but take a few steps back. So powerful. Heavenly Venerable North Sea and the others had incomparable fear in their eyes. Meanwhile, Sword Venerable Hao Tian and the others could not help but sneer in anticipation. It was as if they could see Yi Qin dying at the hands of the immortal palace emissary. Lowly ant die. The immortal palace emissary's gaze was cold. He suddenly slapped a sky-shattering palm at Yi Chen. Boom! The void instantly collapsed. The black palm imprint was like a cloud that covered the ground. It whistled forward, and the berserk energy was like a tsunami that swept through all directions. Soul formation intermediate stage. At that moment, Yi Chen sensed his opponent's strength immediately. He could not help but squint and say, "No wonder you have the confidence to attack me." Unfortunately, I'm also at the soul formation intermediate stage. On top of that, he's at the soul formation mid-stage with a divine grade Tao foundation. After he finished speaking, he gently raised his right palm, and divine light immediately erupted from his palm, like the aura of chaos, causing all things to pale in comparison. Without a sound, he slammed out with his palm, instantly piercing through the void. A huge palm took shape in the void, rumbling forward, colliding with the giant hand. Rumble! Suddenly, a huge flame swept out in all directions. It was as if lava had erupted, and the terrifying aftershocks destroyed everything. At that moment, everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at the place where the two of them were fighting. When the storm scattered, the immortal palace emissary's hands that were behind his back were trembling slightly. There were traces of blood flowing out. Meanwhile, Yi Chen stood proudly in the air, looking down at the people. The immortal palace emissary's expression was extremely gloomy. This was only the first time they fought, but Yi Chen had already broken his spell and even injured him. How was this possible? He was the immortal palace's genius, an existence that could look down on any saint spirit in the world. But now he was injured by an ant. Before everyone could react, the immortal palace emissary let out a long roar and formed a seal with his hands. Kacha! The cloud split open, and a bolt of purple lightning illuminated the sky. Under everyone's gazes, the immortal palace emissary was like a true immortal descending to the mortal world. Lightning surged all over his body, and a terrifying halberd that was about to materialize gradually appeared in his hands. What method is this? At that moment, countless people's hearts trembled. They all felt the heart-palpitating power coming from that terrifying halberd. That seems to be an existence that surpasses a spirit treasure. The oldest Zen master, Bao Xian, cried out involuntarily, "Supreme spirit treasure! This is a supreme spirit treasure!" As soon as these words were spoken, heaven and earth fell silent. "Ant, kneel and I'll spare your life." The immortal palace emissary waved his terrifying halberd and charged at Yi Chen. The killing intent in his heart rose to the extreme. He was a prodigy of the immortal palace. How could he lose to a secular ant? The pupils of heavenly venerable North Sea and the others constricted violently, and their hearts rose to their throats. Can Emperor Yi take it? Under such circumstances, everyone could tell that the immortal palace emissary was serious, containing a thunderous rage. Yi Chen remained unmoved in the face of such a terrifying might. A cold gleam flashed through his eyes. "Forget it. I'll let you experience the divinity that I cultivated in the Forbidden Sea." At the next moment, he took a step forward and raised his head to look at the sky. His eyes were filled with monstrous lightning, thunder. Under everyone's gazes, the wind and clouds in the surroundings moved. Rumble! Endless thunderclouds gathered densely, shaking heaven and earth. It was as if they were tearing the sky apart and sweeping the earth. Not long after, they gathered into a 3,000-meter pool of lightning above Yi Chen's head. At that moment, Yi Chen seemed to have become a huge vortex, a vortex that attracted lightning from all directions, causing endless lightning to turn into a pool of lightning. Then, overwhelming lightning power surged into his body. At that moment, Yi Chen seemed to have transformed into Emperor Leixing. His body was covered in lightning, and his might was vast and mighty. Everyone stiffened as they watched this scene without moving. The expressions on their faces suddenly froze, and their eyes surged with monstrous shock. Even the immortal palace emissaries' figure paused. When he looked at Yi Qin again, there was a dense coldness in his eyes. 10,000 bolts of lightning forge my body. My life is like a demon's desire to seal the heavens. Yi Chen said coldly. He raised his right hand and pointed at the immortal palace emissary. Universe collapsing lightning strike. Oh no. Almost at that moment, the immortal palace emissary's expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously blurted out. Then he immediately turned into a streak of light, as if he was about to leave. How was this possible? A mere ant from the secular world could actually use such a heavenly phenomenon ability. One had to know that even some of the great figures in the immortal palace could not do this. He roared in his heart. However, he had already eaten it. As Yi Chen's last word fell, the lightning that was known as the fastest in the universe enveloped a radius of 3,000 meters and struck her body at lightning speed. No, the former roared unwillingly. Rumble! At that moment, everyone felt their vision blur. They could no longer see anything clearly, and their ears were ringing. It was as if their 6 senses had been sealed, and they could not sense the outside world. After an unknown period of time, when everyone gradually recovered their 6 senses and could vaguely see everything in this world, the scene that entered their eyes caused them to be speechless for a long time. Within a radius of 3,000 meters, everything had been turned into nothingness. All the clouds, all the rocks, and all the plants no longer existed. Only a figure with white hair fluttering in the wind, eyes as deep as the ocean, possessing a supreme elegance, stood aloof from the world. At that moment, the heavens and earth were deathly silent. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. An existence as powerful as the immortal palace emissary. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to ashes. P.S. Chapter 3 updated today. Sorry for the long wait. End of this chapter. Chapter 1303. The emissary of the immortal palace, I is dead. When countless people looked away from Yi Chen's figure, they looked at the empty void. Everyone looked at each other and remained silent. That was someone from the immortal palace. Since ancient times, many experts in the ancient desolate realm had tried to resist the immortal palace. But in the end, they all died at the hands of the immortal palace. However, Yi Chen had killed the emissary of the immortal palace. And Lord is dead. Below soared Venerable Hao Tian, and the others trembled, and their faces turned deathly pale. Before this, the emissary of the immortal palace was an invincible existence in their hearts. That was why they risked everything and would rather stand against the ancient desolate realm and become their vassals. However, the legend in their hearts had fallen. Plop! Thinking to this point, many people felt as if all the strength in their bodies had been drained. They fell to the ground one after another, their faces filled with despair. Sword Venerable Hao Tian spat out a mouthful of blood and almost could not stand still. He muttered, "The situation is hopeless. Good kill!" The Patriarch of Hell, who was watching from afar, could not help but laugh out loud. It seemed to have affected his injuries, and he immediately coughed again. Thunderous cheers erupted from the Yahuang kingdom behind him. That was because, with the death of the emissary of the immortal palace, it meant that this earth-shattering battle had finally come to an end, and they were the victors. Heavenly Venerable Bei Yin looked at Yi Chen with an extremely complicated expression. Then he knelt on one knee and shouted like thunder, "Congratulations, Immortal Mastery! You're invincible in the world after fighting immortal extermination." Amitabha, Zen Master Bao Xian, also bowed slightly. He pressed his palms together and chanted, "Congratulations, Immortal Mastery! You're invincible in the world after fighting immortal extermination." We congratulate Immortal Mastery. You're invincible in the world after fighting immortal extermination. At that moment, be it Fairy Yuqing and the other ancient powerhouses, or the new giants like Hall Master Beiyin, all of them bowed to Yi Chen. Even the tens of thousands of people in the city of Ahuang Kingdom worshipped Yi Chen at the same time. Their expressions were extremely fanatical. "Son-in-law is too powerful." Ju-er, who was below, looked at the figure standing in the sky with incomparable excitement. It was like a god of the 9 heavens accepting the worship of all living beings in the world. Even the major figures of the various supreme sects had to lower their heads in respect. Since ancient times, apart from Yi Dongli from 10,000 years ago, who else possessed such a disdainful aura? Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, boom! As Yi Wuxuang unleashed sword intent that filled the sky, it meant that the winner between the two of them had been decided after he shattered the supreme sword qi in Yi Dongli's body. Even though your sword Dao is strong, it's still slightly inferior. Yi Wuxuang watched Yi Dongli's falling body calmly and shook his head lightly. When Celestial Sovereign North Sea and the others saw this, their faces became even more bitter, and their hearts were filled with complicated emotions. Before this, Yi Chen had killed the Immortal Palace emissary. Later on, Yi Wuxuang defeated Yi Dongli with his sword. This caused all of them who had witnessed countless years of history to involuntarily sigh as if they had grown old. When Yi Chen's gaze landed on the remaining 10 people, including Sword Venerable Haoyan, they immediately felt a cold, killing intent. Someone trembled and said, "We're willing to stop fighting and surrender." Even the Immortal Palace envoy was dead. How could they be Yi Chen's match? Moreover, Celestial Sovereign North Sea and the rest were eyeing them covetously. Bang! Yi Chen raised his hand, and a terrifying divine light erupted from his palm. He killed the former on the spot. Seeing this, a secret realm giant's eyes widened, and he said, "We're all willing to surrender. Why did you still attack? Surrender just because you said so? Then how innocent are the people who died because of me this time?" Yi Chen said calmly. With that, he took a step forward and charged at Sword Venerable Haoyan and the rest like a tiger entering a pack of wolves. "You still want to stop fighting? If I don't kill all of you today, I won't stop fighting." Someone took out a protective spirit treasure in an attempt to resist. Crack! However, it could not withstand a single blow from Yi Chen's jade-white palm. It shattered upon contact, and even the former was killed on the spot. "If you want to die, let's die together." An old monster knew that he would definitely die. Madness appeared on his face as he tried to self-destruct to severely injure Yi Chen. However, before he could self-destruct, Yi Chen flipped his palm and smashed the former into a meat patty. His soul melted as well. Yi Chen's green clothes fluttered as he slaughtered in the crowd. No matter how monstrous your vitality was, he only needed a palm to cause the world to bleed. Many old monsters retreated. Everyone watched this scene silently. They only felt that the figure in front of them was peerless and extraordinary. Who could compete with him? In the end, he killed most of the remaining Emperor's throne stage cultivators, leaving only Sword Venerable Haoyan. The latter did not beg for mercy, nor was he angry. He only looked at Yi Chen with incomparable resentment. "Do you think you've won against the Immortal Palace? No, you haven't. The terror of the Immortal Palace is beyond your imagination. Ha ha ha, I'll wait for you below." With that, he was about to self-destruct. However, Yi Chen stretched out his hand and held it tightly. Yi Chen looked at him expressionlessly. "No, you don't even have the right to be a ghost." As soon as he said that, golden divine flames bloomed from his palm, enveloping Sword Venerable Haoyan. Only the miserable cries of ghosts and wolves were left in the world. Burn his bones to ashes, extract his soul, and refine it. Yi Chen allowed Sword Venerable Haoyan's screams to fill the world. He wanted everyone to know. He, Yi Chen, could not be bullied, let alone provoked. After an unknown period of time, when the last bit of Sword Venerable Haoyan's ashes scattered between heaven and earth, Yi Chen walked to the Patriarch of Hell slowly. Yi Chen walked to the Patriarch of Hell slowly. He extended his arm and placed it on his wrist. He channeled some spiritual power into him to check on his injuries. At that moment, The patriarch of Hell's face was extremely pale. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him down, and the true origin energy in his body was like a dry well. "You're severely injured." Yi Chen sighed softly and looked at him guiltily. "The exhaustion of true origin energy is secondary. The main thing is that you seem to have forcefully used some secret technique that damaged your primordial spirit." The primordial spirit was too important to cultivators. If it was damaged, one's cultivation base would fall, and one's soul would be destroyed. Fortunately, I came in time. Yi Chen could not help but nod as he spoke to this point. "I'll personally refine pills for you later to recover your primordial spirit." Yi Chen did not have many friends in this world. The patriarch was one of them. The former had risked his life to help him many times. How could he not be touched? "It's fine. I believe you have a way." The patriarch of Hell endured his injuries and smiled at the capital behind him. "Go see your parents and daughter first. I'm afraid they can't wait any longer." "Mom, Dad." Warmth surged from the depths of Yi Chen's initially serious eyes when he heard that. His emotions were faintly stirred. Chapter 1304. In the imperial palace of a Huang kingdom. In a spacious hall, a slightly skinny middle-aged beauty paced back and forth, occasionally looking out of the hall. Beside her, a middle-aged man sat with a little girl in his arms. The middle-aged man had a stern expression, as if he was serious. "Old Yi, why is there no movement outside?" The middle-aged beauty paced back and forth, her eyes filled with worry. "Could it be that little Chen He?" She could not help but tear up as she spoke. As soon as those words were spoken, the middle-aged man who was sitting still stiffened. He then took a deep breath and said, "You have to believe in little Chin. He'll be fine. Believe. You only know how to believe." The middle-aged beauty immediately turned around and glared at him. She said with a sobbing tone, "Little Chin isn't your son, so you're not worried? Are all you fathers so heartless? Look at what you're saying." The middle-aged man could not help but smile bitterly. "Grandpa, Grandma, stop arguing." Seeing that the situation was not right, the little fellow in the middle-aged man's arms immediately struggled out and persuaded, "Daddy will be fine. Daddy is very powerful." At that moment, heavy footsteps rang out from outside. At the same time, the guards who were in charge of protecting the middle-aged couple and the other two knelt on one knee. Hearing that, the middle-aged beauty thought that Jiang Lei had come in. She immediately went out and subconsciously said, "Your Majesty, I wonder how my little Chen is doing?" With that, she bowed slightly as if she was bowing. However, in the next moment, a gentle force gently lifted her up, and a faint chuckle rang out beside her ear. "Mother, I can't accept your bow." Hearing that extremely familiar voice, the middle-aged couple's bodies stiffened. At that moment, the bodies of the middle-aged couple stiffened, after which they trembled as they looked at the figure outside the hall. Rich emotions surged within their eyes. Little Chen, a hoarse and trembling voice came from their mouths. Outside the hall, the skinny figure also raised his head slightly at that moment. His youthful face was the same as before his family was separated. However, there was an additional trace of vicissitudes between his brows. Yi Chen moved slightly as he stared blankly at the two people before him. The longing and guilt that had been buried in his heart for a long time finally erupted at that moment. Thump! He took a few steps forward and knelt on the ground. He took a deep breath and chuckled. "Dad, Mom, your son has finally found you." Little Chin, Yimu Wulan looked at the young face in front of her eyes that was familiar to the depths of her soul, and her tears couldn't help flowing out. She stretched out her hand and gently touched that face. She was very careful, afraid that it was just an illusion. Yi Chen did not move at all and allowed her to touch him. His heart trembled when he felt the touch that was connected by blood. "Xiaochen, it's really you." Feeling the warmth coming from that face, Wulan suddenly hugged him tightly and cried tears of joy. No one knew how much she missed her son. She and Yi Chen's father were ordinary people. They did not have high expectations for their son. They only wanted to live a peaceful life with their family. However, fate was unpredictable. It separated their family for almost 2 years. During those 2 years, the two of them were in a different place and had no relatives. The reason why they lived was because of the yearning hidden in each other's hearts. And today, the scene that had reincarnated countless times in the dream, it had finally come true. At that moment, Yi Hai carried the little girl and walked to Yi Mu's side. His originally serious face was covered by unconcealable excitement. Yi Chen lifted his head slightly and looked at his father, who had lost a lot of weight. He could not help but shout, "Dad! Brat, you still recognize me? Your mother, and I thought we would never see you again." Yi Hai's eyes turned hot, and he subconsciously adopted the dignity of a strict father. "Shut up!" Wu Lan immediately turned around and glared at him fiercely. "All you know how to do is scold your son. How much danger did little Chin go through to find us? What have you done as his father? What right do you have to scold him?" Wu Lan, who had always been gentle, could not help but be anxious at that moment. It was as if she was protecting her child. Yi Hai could only force a smile. He then looked at Yi Chen again and said in a trembling voice, "Dad has such a bad temper. Just listen to it. Don't take it to heart, Sai." Yi Chen nodded lightly. The Yi family was more traditional, like most families. Ever since Yi Chen was young, Yi Hai had always been serious and old-fashioned. He was not good at expressing his emotions. The little girl, Meng Meng, who was standing aside, widened her black eyes and looked at the three of them. She suddenly covered her eyes with her hands and said, "Yeah, it's so mushy." The three of them could not help but laugh when they heard that. Originally, the family reunion was a warm and touching scene, but the atmosphere was completely destroyed by the little fellow's words. "Little girl, come here for Daddy." Yi Chen could not help but laugh. He then picked her up with one hand and kissed her hard on the cheek. "Little girl, you've grown bold. You even dare to make fun of Daddy, Grandpa, and Grandma." As he spoke, he scratched the little girl's armpit. The little girl giggled happily and struggled. "Grandpa, Grandma, help. Daddy is bullying me. This girl should let the little devil, Xiaoxing, teach her a lesson." Wu Lan could not help but laugh as she watched from the side. Just as she said that, her eyes dimmed. Yi Chen stood up when he heard that. He could not help but move his eyes back and forth between the two of them with a dubious expression. Dad, Mom, I heard that you guys gave birth to a younger brother for me?" As soon as he said that, the smiles on Wu Lan and Yi Hai's faces disappeared. The atmosphere in the room gradually became a little heavy. Yi Chen released his divine consciousness. He could not help but frown after looking around. "Dad, Mom, where's my brother?" Wu Lei could not help but cover his mouth with his hand as if he was holding back his tears. Yi Chen could not help but look at Yi Hai. Yi Hai sighed softly when he met his gaze and said, "Your brother was taken away by the Immortal Palace before you went to Jixiao Academy to look for us." As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly cooled down. It was as if it had dropped by dozens of degrees. Yi Chen's eyes shone brightly. "Why did the Immortal Palace take my brother away?" "When your brother was born, he had the 8-armed heavenly god avatar on his back. He could walk when he was only half a year old, and he was extremely strong." Yi Hai shook his head slightly. At that time, even Kuyunzi was alarmed. "He appeared and said that your brother had the potential of a heavenly god. He even took your brother in as his disciple." At this point, he smiled bitterly. "In fact, your mother and I thought that it was not a good thing. After all, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind." Chapter 1305. And the result proved our worries. Yi Hai closed his eyes and took a deep breath in. "When your brother was first taken in as Kuyunzi's disciple, he could still see us often, but later on, we had fewer and fewer chances to see him." He paused for a moment, as if he was regretting it. "When your brother was a year old, we couldn't see him any more. We asked Kuyunzi, and he said that he sent your brother to a place that taught immortal methods to learn immortal methods. He told us not to worry. Wulan wiped her tears and said, "If we had known that this would happen, your father and I wouldn't have agreed to Kuyunzi taking him as a disciple. We wouldn't have let your brother leave our side, even if we had to risk our lives." Yi Chen's eyes flickered. "Before this, Kuyunzi told me that my brother doesn't have a heart? Is that true?" "He didn't lie to you." Yi Hai nodded and said, "I don't know if it's because your mother and I rode on the ghost ship that your brother was congenitally deficient." At this point, he shook his head and said, "Later on, Kuyunzi changed your brother's heart, and your brother was fine." "Would Kuyunzi be so kind as to change his brother's heart?" Yi Chen seemed to be smiling mockingly. "He even dared to ask me to hand over my heart. What else wouldn't he dare to do?" He suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have killed Kuyunzi. He should have suppressed him and slowly asked about his brother, the Immortal Palace, and Su Yuhan. At that moment, Wu Lan looked at Yi Chen with red eyes all of a sudden. "Xiaoqin, you must save your brother. Your brother resembles you a lot. Although you've never met him, we've always told him about you. Your brother is secondary." Yi Hai sighed faintly. "It's mainly because of Yuhan. She seems to be in the hands of the Immortal Palace, and she's pregnant. As a man, you can't watch them suffer. Yi, what are you talking about?" Wu Lan glared at him angrily. "What do you mean Xiaoxing is secondary? Isn't Xiaoxing your son?" "That's not what I meant." Yi Hai frowned. "I'm saying that our Yi family owes Yuhan too much. Even if we have to save her, we have to save Yuhan and her son first. Don't forget how much pressure Yuhan was under when Xiaoqin disappeared back then." Wu Lan had no choice but to turn her head away, feeling dejected. "Dad, Mom," Yi Chen took a deep breath in and chuckled softly. He said, as if he was promising, "Don't worry. Whether it's my brother or Yuhan and her son, I'll bring them back safe and sound. Our family will be fine." "Save Mommy! I'm going to save Mommy!" The little girl came over and pushed Yi Chen away. She lifted her head and said, "Daddy, let's go save Mommy and brother. Don't let the bad guys bully them." Yi Chen pinched her cheeks angrily. "I'll be grateful if you don't bully your brother when we meet." "Of course not." The little fellow pouted and muttered, "If I see my little brother, I'll buy him a lot of delicious food. I'll beat up whoever bullies him." After saying that, she waved her little fist. 5 days passed in a flash. During these 5 days, Yi Chen spent most of his time with his parents and daughter. The family had been separated for almost 2 years, so he cherished this short period of time. In order to let his parents walk out of their repressed emotions, he even brought them around the entire ancient, desolate realm. Apart from that, he ordered people to collect countless precious spiritual herbs and personally started refining pills. He successfully refined the beast soul nourishing pill to help the patriarch of hell recover from his injuries. Ever since he returned from the Forbidden Sea, killed the Immortal Palace emissary, and killed many emperors' throne cultivators, the entire ancient desolate realm had long since prostrated at his feet. Whether it was a peerless sect or a supreme family, all of them bowed their heads and did not dare to be disrespectful. On the morning of the 6th day, Misty Valley was located in the extreme west of the ancient desolate realm. It was known as the most dangerous place in the ancient desolate realm. There were few people all year round, and it was covered in a thick aura of death. It was like a ghost town. Yi Chen stood at the entrance of the valley and lifted his eyes to look at the narrow passage that looked like a bloody mouth. He could feel the thick aura of death coming from it. He could not help but ask, "Is this the entrance to the Immortal Palace?" Yi Wushuang and the remaining 30 emperors, throne cultivators in the entire ancient, desolate realm, followed behind him. However, many of them looked at the entrance with fear. That's right. The former master of the square tower, Elder Pan, nodded slightly and said, "Back then my master, Yi Dongli, killed his way to the Immortal Palace from the Misty Valley. As for the mysteries behind it, I don't know." 10,000 years ago, he was the boy who lit the fire in Yi Dongli's alchemy room. Because of his diligence, he was recognized by Yi Dongli, so he taught him the method of cultivation. This was also the reason why Elder Pan had been Yi Dongli's servant for so many years, and even built the Square Tower, the largest intelligence force, to take revenge for Yi Dongli. Fellow Yi, the master of the sword hut, Feng Taitsang, said in a low voice, rumor has it that a great war took place in the Misty Valley 10,000 years ago. Countless emperors, throne realm powerhouses were buried there. Therefore, an endless aura of death and resentment has accumulated here. Even if we go deep into it, we will also be affected. As soon as he finished speaking, the pupils of the others constricted, as if they had long known about this rumor. The so-called resentment corpses were those whose will could not resist the aura of death and resentment, and gradually became lost in it, becoming a part of the Misty Valley. The aura of death is indeed very strong. The Patriarch of Hell narrowed his eyes and said, "But why did Yi Dongli choose this place as the entrance to the Immortal Palace back then?" Perhaps this is the Immortal Palace's shrewdness. Yi Chen's eyes flashed imperceptibly. After all, even Emperor's Throne cultivators do not dare to enter the Misty Valley. The secret inside is naturally not easily discovered. At this point, he could not help but look at Feng Taitsang and Elder Pan. How much do you know about the Immortal Palace? The master of the sword hut, Feng Taitsang, was Yi Dongli's sword-bearing boy. After Yi Dongli died, he established the sword hut like Elder Pan and only accepted one disciple. His goal was to create another Yi Dongli to destroy the Immortal Palace. Then the two of them knew the Immortal Palace better than ordinary people. I once heard the Eastly Imperial Lord mention that in this world, there is no such thing as immortals. The so-called immortals are just the fear of the weak toward the strong. Feng Taitsang pondered for a moment and looked at him. Therefore, this Immortal Palace is a group of cultivators similar to the Eastly Imperial Lord. Everyone could not help but nod when they heard that, as if they agreed with what he said. Yi Chen and the Patriarch of Hell looked at each other. Both of them shook their heads calmly. If there were no immortals, then why would the tribulation stage cultivators in the cultivation world risk their souls to undergo the tribulation? They simply wanted to ascend to the immortal world. Chapter 1307. Time flew, and it was the morning of the third day. In the secret room of a Huang kingdom, there was a vast formation fluctuation. It faintly emitted a trace of scorching heat, causing the space to distort. The Patriarch of Hell stood with his hands behind his back. He stared at the sealed secret room calmly, his eyes filled with anticipation. But at this moment, as the space trembled, the formation before him gradually dissipated, and a figure slowly walked out. The Patriarch of Hell asked, "How is it?" "It's done." Yi Qin chuckled softly and waved his sleeve. Hundreds of formation flags that emitted spiritual energy fluctuations appeared in the air. It was the repaired ancient teleportation formation. TK, the Patriarch of Hell could not help but click his tongue when he saw that. "Fellow Yi, your formation, Tao, has exceeded my imagination. Even in the cultivation world, you're one of the best." The formation Tao was extremely profound. It paid attention to mutual promotion and restraint. Countless people could not take a step forward in their entire lives. However, Yi Chen had repaired the ancient teleportation formation that gave him a headache in just 3 days. How could he not be surprised? "Patriarch!" Yi Chen suddenly stopped smiling and said to the former, "You don't have to come with me this time." The Patriarch of Hell was stunned at first. Then he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. I'll take good care of your parents." Initially, he planned to visit the so-called Immortal Palace hand in hand with Yi Chen. However, he soon realized Yi Chen's good intentions. "Please." Yi Chen clasped his fists at him. He did not plan to bring his parents along to the Immortal Palace this time. After all, his parents were old, and it was not suitable for them to suffer the bumpy journey with him. The Patriarch of Hell said solemnly, "When are you leaving?" I'll leave after bidding farewell to my parents." Yi Chin chuckled softly and took a step forward. He headed to the room where his parents were resting. In a spacious and simple room, Wu Lan and Yi Hai were already sitting upright while carrying Meng Meng. The two of them seemed to have guessed something. They looked at Yi Chin calmly as he walked in. The three of them looked at each other and were speechless. Plop! Yi Chen knelt heavily before the two elders and said, "Dad, Mom." Wu Lan covered her mouth and turned her face away. The family had just reunited, yet they had to be separated again. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to endure the pain of parting. Yi Hai looked at Yi Chin quietly. Subsequently, he got up and walked over slowly to help him up. His lips moved slightly. "Go. Mom and Dad are old. We can't help you with our abilities, but we can still not drag you down. I only have one request for you. You have to bring Yuhan back safe and sound. If she loses a strand of hair," at this point he couldn't help but blow his beard and glare, "then don't enter my Yi family's door in the future. I, Yi Hai, don't have a son like you." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. He couldn't help but look at Wu Lan with a bitter smile. Yi Chin could not help but smile lightly. "Sure." An hour later, he walked out again with Yi Wushuang and Xiaohei by his side. He was carrying the little girl in his arms. The little guy's eyes were red, and he looked back from time to time as if he was reluctant to leave his grandparents. "Go." Yi Chin glanced at Yi Wushuang and Xiaohei beside him. Then he streaked across the sky on a sword gleam and headed toward Misty Valley. The Patriarch of Hell watched them leave and muttered to himself, "Fellow Yi, I'll wait for you to come back and have a drink with me." At this moment, a beautiful figure slowly appeared beside him. Jiang Lei looked in the direction where the three of them had left and finally asked softly, "Can they come back?" "Of course." The Patriarch of Hell said indifferently, "How can a mere immortal palace stump fellow Yi? I'm still waiting to kill my way back to the cultivation world with him, ascend to the immortal world, and experience what it's like to be a fairy." Jiang Lei did not say anything and muttered to herself, "Mr. Yi, you're the second person after Yi Dongli. I thank you on behalf of the ancient desolate realm." At the same time, the moment Yi Chin left, countless auras in the ancient desolate realm sensed him. In the North Sea Dragon's subduing hall, Shi Qianhan was dressed in black, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He stood at the peak of the mountain and looked into the sky, his eyes filled with emotion. Behind him were the North Sea Hall Master, Heavenly Venerable North Sea, and the rest. At that moment, these people looked at the sky with complicated expressions, as if they were sending someone off. "Brother Yi, I hope you'll return soon." Shi Qianhan muttered to himself. The scenes of him and Yi Chen meeting surfaced in his mind uncontrollably. From the sea of Earth's Han Nation, to the ghost ship trip and their reunion in the ancient desolate realm. Yi Chen was ahead of him in all of that. What he had done was something that he looked up to and even wanted to pursue. In the light palace in the far north, Jo Er, who was wearing a 5-colored divine robe, stared blankly at the sky. Her beautiful eyes were already wet with tears. "Young master, have a safe journey." "Jo Er is useless. I can't help you." The Patriarch of Light hid in the distance and drank alone. When he was half drunk, he said in a muffled voice, "I'm old. We're all old. We welcome immortal master Yez return." In the entire ancient desolate realm, many peerless sects and supreme secret realms bowed to the sky at the same time. They knew very well what Yi Chen's trip represented. In the countless years of the ancient desolate realm, countless pioneers had fallen along the way. Their corpses had long become a part of the river of time. Even Yi Dongli from 10,000 years ago had collapsed due to the Tao. Ancient desolate realm, Misty Valley. 3 figures shot in like a mountain peak. Xiaohei looked at the ancient stone platform in the valley and said, "Master, is this the ancient teleportation formation?" "That's right." Yi Chin nodded lightly and handed his daughter to Yi Wushuang. He took a few steps forward and formed hand seals with both hands. He shouted softly, "Formation, return to one!" Hundreds of formation flags shot out from his storage ring, emitting colorful light as they landed on the stone platform in an orderly manner. Subsequently, a white crystal the size of an egg appeared in the air. It was the supreme grade spirit stone that Yi Qin had obtained earlier. With a thought, he immediately controlled the supreme grade spirit stone and placed it into the groove at the center of the ancient teleportation formation. Buzz! As the air trembled, the ancient teleportation formation that had been sealed for a long time was finally activated. The surging power of the formation immediately spread out. "It's done." Xiao He was pleasantly surprised. However, Yi Qin turned around and looked out of the valley one last time. Then he took a deep breath in and took his daughter from Yi Wushuang's arms. He turned around and walked into the ancient teleportation formation. Yi Wushuang and Xiao He followed after him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the intense teleportation power enveloped the three of them, they immediately felt like the world was spinning. Then, as a white light flashed, the three of them disappeared. Only a mumbling voice lingered on the spot. "Yuhan, I brought my daughter to look for you." Chapter 1308. The Kangwu mountain range spanned 2,000 kilometers. There were countless dangerous peaks, and venomous snakes and ferocious beasts often appeared. Moreover, the mountains were shrouded in fog all year round, making it impossible to see one's own fingers. Even the most experienced hunters at the foot of the mountain didn't dare to go deep. At the heart of the mountain range, there were several huge mountains that were 2,000 meters tall surrounding it, forming a huge canyon. The canyon was filled with fog and abundant spirit chi. It was said that immortals lived there, so there were once poor people at the foot of the mountain who risked their lives to go deep in an attempt to find the legendary fate of immortals. However, when they went several hundred meters into the fog, they couldn't see anything clearly. It was as if they had encountered a ghost wall. In the end, they fainted from exhaustion, and when they woke up again, they found themselves at the foot of the mountain. As time passed, the local people stuck to the rules and no longer tried. However, what the world did not know was that at the core of the mountain range, at this moment, there was a Taoist dressed in a Taoist robe. He pointed at the rolling fog and cursed. "Hey, people of the Qin family, get out here! Otherwise, don't blame me, Nanhua Zi, for burning this place down." Even though the Taoist had an ordinary appearance, his words were like an enormous copper striking a large bell, and it shook the trees in the surroundings to the point leaves fluttered in the air. Moreover, the horsetail whisk in his hand even surged with baleful yin energy, causing the air to almost freeze. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the clouds in front of him began to churn violently. Under the thin sunlight, an unknown number of towers and pavilions gradually appeared in the thick fog, as well as wantonly crisscrossing roads. Then, an old man in azure slowly walked out of the fog. The old man in azure stared at the Taoist and seemed displeased. "Nanhua Zi, the Kangwu Qin family has nothing to do with you. What's the reason for your actions today?" At the end, he narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Do you think the Kangwu Qin family is easy to bully?" "Qin-san, don't put on airs with me." The Taoist didn't fall for it. He sneered. "Your Kangwu Qin family is only a third-rate cultivation family. You can't scare me. If you don't hand over Qin Shui of the Qin family today, I swear I won't let this matter rest." The moment these words came out, the green-robed old man's eyes flashed imperceptibly. Nanhua Zi was a wandering cultivator in Chaoga City. He was a sinister person who committed all sorts of crimes. Many cultivation families hated him, but they couldn't do anything to him. First of all, Nanhua Zi was a foundation establishment cultivator. With this kind of power, he could be the head of a family in many cultivation clans. Moreover, it was said that Nanhua Zi had a half-brother who was called Black Wind Zi and cultivated a demonic art. He was at the pseudo-core realm, and this was the reason why many factions feared him. Thinking up to here, Qin Song couldn't help but frown. Nan Hua Zi, speak clearly. How did Shui offend you? You still dare to pretend to be ignorant? Nan Hua Zi snorted coldly and said through gritted teeth, Your Qin Shui injured my disciple in Chaoga City and destroyed his dantian. If you don't give me an explanation today, I swear I won't let this matter rest. There's such a thing? Hearing this, Qin Song was shocked. His eyes flashed a few times, and he said, Fellow Taoist Nan Hua, this old man doesn't know about this. Please give me some time, and this old man will definitely investigate this matter. Nan Hua Zi said, I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Boom, 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 as the air trembled. The thick fog appeared again, and Qin Song's figure gradually disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Seeing this, Nan Hua Zi sneered. Just a third-rate family. Yet you still act so secretively. Do you really think this old man is interested in your family property? Between the mountains, King Wu Qin family. Qin Song landed in the main hall with a gloomy expression and said to the people of the Qin family, Call Shui over to see me. A middle-aged man said with a serious expression, Father, is this matter related to Shui? He was Qin Song's third son, Qin Cheng, and he was at the early stage of foundation establishment. Shui was his daughter. Qin Song's dignified gaze looked over, and Qin Cheng's pupils constricted. He immediately turned and left the main hall, mobilizing people to find Shui. The entire Qin family moved because of this. Strange. I was just greeting this girl earlier. Why is she gone? Could it be that this girl knows she made a big mistake, so she found a place to hide? This girl is too outrageous. Although Nan Hua Zi's disciple is useless, Nan Hua Zi is not someone to be trifled with. He is also at the late stage of foundation establishment like the family head. However, what confused the people of the Qin family was that even after searching the entire Qin family and the back mountain, they still couldn't find Qin Shui. At the same time, in the Qin family's pill storehouse, beside the huge alchemy cauldron, there was a young girl in a white dress. She stuck her head out and listened to the movements outside, her face filled with anxiety. It's over, it's over. I'm going to be punished by Grandpa. The young girl patted her chest in fear. But who told Nan Hua Zi's disciple to want to do something to me? He deserves it. At this moment, faint footsteps came from outside, and the young girl subconsciously retreated. The young girl's hand seemed to have activated some mechanism. Rumble! The sound of a machine moving could be heard. The young girl saw the wall in front of her suddenly close up, revealing an empty stone door. Secret passage? The young girl was startled at first, and then she said in shock, Strange, this isn't the first time I've come to the pill storehouse. Why haven't I seen this secret passage before? And Grandpa didn't tell me about it either? The footsteps outside got closer and closer. The young girl gritted her teeth, steeled her heart, and ran into the secret passage like a cat. At the same time, the door to the pill storehouse was pushed open, and Qin Cheng walked in with a key. His face was filled with confusion. Where did this girl go? At this moment, a cry of surprise rang out in the pill storehouse. It's Shui Er's voice! Qin Cheng's eyes narrowed, and he immediately followed the voice into the secret passage that had been opened a long time ago. What he saw was the young girl's back. The latter's back was facing him, and she was looking forward without moving. Girl, you really know how to hide. Qin Cheng smiled as he walked forward. The young girl weakly pointed forward. Father, Qin Cheng looked up. 10 steps away, there were 3 young men standing. The white-haired man in the lead was holding a little girl about 5 or 6 years old in his arms. What made him dumbfounded was that the little girl in the white-haired young man's arms was currently holding a 1,000-year-old ginseng and gnawing on it. That's right, gnawing. And this prodigal thing was like gnawing on a carrot. She gnawed on the skin and roots, only eating the innermost ginseng meat. After all, there were only a few thousand-year-old ginseng in the entire Qin family. Qin Cheng's whole body was trembling. You. After saying that, he subconsciously looked at the ground. The scene that entered his eyes almost made him faint. Pill bottles. Numerous pill bottles were scattered all over the floor. There were Qi amalgamation pills, yellow dragon pills, spirit gathering pills, fasting pills, empty, but at this moment all of them were empty. Beside the bottles and jars on the ground, there were quite a number of pills scattered, and there were faint teeth marks on them. Those are the treasures and wealth of the Qin family for countless generations. Generations of family heads lived a simple life, and they wished that they could wear one pair of pants for hundreds of years. It was not easy for them to save up this little bit of wealth, and now it was all squandered. Qin Cheng's face alternated between green and white. Suddenly, he could not help but cough up a mouthful of blood. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Father, our house was robbed!" P.S. There are only 2 chapters today. Last night, there was a storm and the power poles fell. The electricity was out for a whole day. Old readers know that I live in the countryside. I wrote these 2 chapters while charging in the car. I didn't find any excuses. I could have taken a day off, but I insisted on writing these 2 chapters. Chapter 1309. Dad, we've been robbed. As soon as Qin Cheng was done speaking, the true origin energy in his body exploded. A green light sword appeared in his hand all of a sudden. He glared at the white-haired young man and the other 3 while clenching his teeth. He was vomiting blood. His heart was vomiting blood. Judging from the traces, the 4 people before him had almost consumed 500 years of the Kangwu Qin family's resources. If not for the fact that he had no idea who the 4 of them were, he would have slashed them with his sword. In the rather narrow secret chamber of the medicinal pill warehouse, Qin Shui stared blankly at the 4 of them. Qin Shui stared blankly at the white-haired young man and the other 3. After a while, her expression turned from dull to curious. She asked weakly, "Who are you people?" "Handsome. 3 handsome guys." Qin Shui felt that she had grown up, but this was the first time she had seen these 3 people in front of her like this, especially the young man in white on the left of the white-haired young man. He had sharp brows and bright eyes. He was as handsome as a god. Her heart could not stop pounding. Under her gaze, a young man in black stood out among the 4 of them. He had a cold expression, and nobody dared to look him in the eye. "Xiaohei, don't mess around." At that moment, the white-haired young man stopped him and looked at Qin Shui and her father slowly. His lips moved slightly as if he wanted to explain, but he had no idea where to start. Yi Qin could not help but force a smile as he thought to this point. Initially, he thought that the end of the ancient dimensional portal that Yi Donli had left behind must be some extremely secret place. After all, the guiding formation had to be hidden if he did not want to be found. Never had he thought that the 4 of them would be teleported to the secret chamber of the Kangwu Qin family's treasure pavilion. The place was extremely secret, but he had no idea how to explain it. After all, they had appeared in their place and eaten many of their treasures. How could he explain that? If it were anyone else, they would have attacked them. He had no idea how to explain, but Yu Wushuang and Xiaohei next to him did not bother to explain. Therefore, the atmosphere in the secret chamber was rather awkward. In such an atmosphere, the little girl seemed to be the only one who did not realize it. She began chewing on 1,000-year-old ginseng again. The little girl was extremely picky. She bit off the ginseng roots first and spat them on the ground. Then she bit off the skin. Only the sound of her eating could be heard in the entire secret chamber. Qin Cheng spat blood again. Qin Shui stared at this scene with her mouth agape. Seeming to have noticed her gaze, Meng Meng could not help burping. She looked at the former and said, "Big sister, do you want to eat?" No. Qin Shui hurriedly waved her hands. Didn't she see that her father's face was as black as the bottom of a pot? If she also went over to eat, she was afraid that her father would strike her to death with a palm. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, several figures rushed in from outside the secret chamber, and their auras were very unfriendly. When the Qin family's patriarch, Qin Song, arrived with many experts, they were all shocked by the scene in front of them, looking at the empty bottles and jars on the ground, and then at the adorable little girl who was gnawing on a carrot. Twitch. Everyone's faces were twitching. Blood. Their blood was also dripping. The leader, Qin Song, was already 200 years old this year. Even with his temperament that had lived for 200 years, he still had the urge to stomp his feet and kill at this moment. He took a deep breath in and suppressed the rage within him forcefully. He glared at Yi Chen. Who exactly are you? Why are you in my Kangwu Qin family's secret chamber? Even he did not know about this secret chamber before this. The reason why he did not take the lead to attack was that Yi Chen and the other two were too young and had an extraordinary aura. It made him a little afraid. Even though the three of them did not reveal their auras, to Qin Song, they were most likely disciples of some immortal cultivation sect. His Kangwu Qin family was just a third-rate immortal cultivation family. How could they afford to offend an immortal cultivation sect? Patriarch, why are you still talking to them? Give the order. We must tear them into pieces. An elder could not help but take a step out. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Another elder also echoed, that's right. No matter who they are, they've broken into our Qin family's secret chamber and stolen medicinal pills. It's already a capital crime. Just when Yi Chen was about to explain, he saw the little girl in his embrace suddenly squeak. Daddy, I dropped the medicinal pill you gave me. Under everyone's gaze, a green medicinal pill the size of a pigeon's egg gradually rolled to the ground. Foundation establishment pill. It was a foundation establishment pill. At that moment, Qin Song and the rest could not help but narrow their eyes. Their eyes turned red. The so-called foundation establishment pill was a must for spirit assembly cultivators to break through to foundation building. Only with the help of the foundation establishment pill could one greatly increase the success rate. One must know that the foundation establishment pill was extremely precious. Putting aside the fact that the Kangwu Qin family did not have it, even the entire Chaoga city had it. However, the girl in the white-haired young man's embrace actually had something as precious as the foundation establishment pill. Just when everyone was in a daze, the white-haired young man shook his head and smiled. A yellow medicinal pill appeared in his hand. It's fine if you dropped it. It's dirty. You don't need it. Daddy will give you something else. As soon as these words came out, Qin Song's expression suddenly became blank. You don't want it because it's dirty? Be ****. That's a foundation establishment pill. Do you know how many people fight for it? It's a squandering toy, a squandering toy. The corner of everyone's lips twitched. As soon as the yellow medicinal pill appeared in Yi Chen's hand, the entire secret room was filled with an alluring pill fragrance. Under the rich pill fragrance, Qin Song and the rest's breathing hastened because they felt that the true origin energy in their bodies was improving with just a sniff. It's a true origin pill, a foundation-building elder said excitedly. Judging by its quality, I'm afraid it's a supreme-grade true origin pill. True origin pill. That was for foundation establishment cultivators to take and use to increase their cultivation level. A foundation establishment cultivator, taking one, was equivalent to sitting in meditation for a month. There were not many true origin pills in the entire Kangwu Qin family, and only the master could use them. Moreover, the young man was holding a supreme-grade true origin pill. It was even more precious than the foundation establishment pill earlier. Under everyone's green eyes, the little girl despised the true origin pill in Yi Chen's hand. Daddy, I don't want to eat this. It's not delicious. I'm sick of it. Sick of it? Qin Song and the rest almost shed tears of poverty when they heard that. The little girl added, I want the golden one. The one that makes me feel warm and sleepy after eating it. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. A golden, medicinal pill appeared in his hand at that moment. There was pill qi faintly lingering on it. The moment he took out the golden, medicinal pill, Qin Song's eyes narrowed as if he had seen a ghost. He cried out involuntarily, "Dustfall pill! This is the Dustfall pill!" His entire body was trembling. The rest of the elders seemed to have recalled something when they heard that. Their eyes were green when they looked at the medicinal pill again. Chapter 1310. The so-called Dustfall pill. It was taken by foundation building cultivators to break through to golden core. With the pill, the success rate of forming a core would be greatly increased. One must know that the path of cultivation was a fight against fate. Every breakthrough would increase one's lifespan by at least 100 years. The foundation-building pill was extremely precious. Moreover, it was the Dustfall pill. The Qin family's master, Qin Song, felt like crying at that moment. How many years had it been? The Qin family had been established for thousands of years. Apart from the first master, who was a beginner-stage golden core cultivator, there had never been a golden core cultivator in the Qin family throughout the thousands of years. The past masters of the Qin family had been stuck at the door of golden core. Eventually, they could only watch their lives come to an end as they passed away. The reason was that there was no Dustfall pill. However, such a precious item was eaten by the little girl in front of him like candy. What a reckless waste of God's gifts! Qin Song and the rest were close to killing and snatching the treasure. Just when Meng Meng took the Dustfall pill from Yi Chen's hand and was going to swallow it in front of everyone, Qin Song and the rest shouted immediately, "Wait!" Meng Meng stopped and looked at them in confusion with her black eyes wide open. Qin Song's face was flushing as he mumbled, This medicinal pill can't be eaten like that. That's right. This medicinal pill can't be eaten like that. Otherwise, it'll be such a waste." The rest of the elders also chimed in with their suggestions, as if the pill was their own. "Grandpa's, Daddy gave it to me. Why can't I eat it like that?" The little girl was still confused. She mumbled, "If you guys want to eat it, get your daddy to give it to you too." She swallowed the Dustfall pill as soon as she was done speaking. She chewed it quickly and smiled while squinting when she swallowed it. "It's delicious. It's warm. No, that's the Dustfall pill. Oh my God!" Qin Song and the rest wanted to stop her, but they realized that it was too late. They could only stomp their feet. Some of the elders even beat their chests and stomped their feet while bawling. Qin Cheng watched that scene dumbfoundedly. In his impression, many of the Qin clan higher-ups, including his father Qin Song, were usually incomparably solemn. When had they ever been so unrestrained? The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and then he forced out a sentence. "Have you all forgotten that they are the thieves who broke into my Qin family's secret chamber?" As soon as these words were spoken, the secret chamber instantly quietened down. Everyone looked at Yi Chen and the rest again. Their gazes became extremely complicated. There was heartache, hatred, but most of it was respect. Qin Song could not help but take a step forward and bow at Yi Chen. He said in his deep voice, "I'm the Kangwu Qin family's master, Qin Song. May I know which sect you're from?" At that moment, he no longer cared about Yi Chen and the rest feeding him the Qin family's medicinal pills. In front of the 1,000-year-old ginseng, the foundation establishment pills, true origin pills, and even the Dustfall pill that Yi Chen took out were enough to throw the 1,000-year-old ginseng a few hundred times over. Was the person who could take out such a precious item an ordinary person? In his opinion, that was clearly not the case. Therefore, he subconsciously thought that Yi Chen and the rest were from a large, immortal cultivation sect. There was even a golden core sage behind them. Yi Chen looked at the former with a forced smile and said, "My name is Yi Chen. May I trouble you to guess which sect we're from, Master Qin?" He still did not know how to explain that when he and the others arrived, the other party was smart enough to give him an excuse to step down directly. Little did he know that his unfathomable and cold attitude made Qin Song even more respectful. After all, people from large sects had always done things like this. Thinking to this point, Qin Song could not help but clasp his fists and say, "In my opinion, young master, ye should be from the Qingling sect." As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of all the members of the Qin clan, including Qin Sheng and Qin Shui, changed simultaneously. The Qingling sect. It was one of the 4 overlords of the Luoxia region. It was famous for its alchemy skills. It was rumored that there was a nascent sole patriarch in the Qingling sect. Meanwhile, the past sect leaders of the Qingling sect happened to have the surname Yi. Now that Yi Chen's surname was Yi, the probability of him coming from the Qingling sect had increased significantly. Moreover, looking at his extravagant methods, he probably had a high position in the Qingling sect. Yi Qin did not explain after hearing what Qin Song said. He asked without answering the question, "Where is this place?" "Young Master Yi." Qin Song bowed by instinct and became even more respectful. "This is the Kangwu mountain range in Chaoga City under the jurisdiction of the Luoxia region. We're from a cultivation family in the Kangwu mountain range." Luoxia region? Yi Qin secretly frowned. Then he looked at Yi Wushuang and Xiaohe who were next to him. However, he nodded calmly, "I see." As he spoke to this point, he seemed to have thought of something, and said with a faint smile, "Master Qin, we accidentally barged into your Qin family's secret chamber. Please forgive us if we've been rude." Was it just a matter of being rude? Qin Song could not help but look at the bottles on the ground again when he heard that. The corner of his lips twitched slightly, but he forced a smile and said, "Young Master Yi, you're being too serious. It's our family's fortune that you're here." That was the tragedy of being a third-rate family. Even a master like Qin Song had to bow to a large sect's disciple. Yi Qin knew that he did not mean what he said, but he did not mind. With a flick of his finger, a medicinal pill landed in Qin Song's hand. "I see that you're about to step into perfected foundation building. Take this as an apology." Qin Song almost fainted from excitement when he took a look. Dustfall pill. Yi Qin gave him a dustfall pill. With this item, he would have a chance to step into golden core after he stepped into perfected foundation building. Qin Song's voice was shaking. "Thank you, young Master Yi." The medicinal pill was too important to the Qin family. Perhaps the Qin family could restore the glory of their ancestors and have another golden core cultivator in the family. The consequence of that was that the Qin family would stand out among the few cultivation families in the Kangwu mountain range and suppress everything. The rest of the Qin family elders watched that scene in surprise and joy. Their eyes were filled with envy. Yi Qin saw what they were looking at and smiled. He waved his sleeve, and a few bottles of medicinal pills landed in each of their hands. True origin pill. The few Qin family elders were in high spirits. They said gratefully, "Thank you, young Master Yi." Even Qin Shui and Qin Qing got a medicinal pill. The former got a foundation establishment pill, while the latter got a bottle of true origin pill. Qin Shui opened the white jade bottle and smelled the medicinal fragrance of the foundation establishment pill. She could not help but say excitedly, "It smells so good." Qin Qing took a deep breath and grinned. "That's right, it smells so good." At this moment, no one cared about the bottles and jars on the ground anymore. Qin Qing could not help but kick them. Compared to the item in his hand, what was the thing on the ground? 2 words. Trash. P.S. There's no electricity yet. The power station said that the electricity will be on tomorrow. I can only write 2 chapters today. I'll start writing more tomorrow to make up for the 2 chapters that I missed yesterday and today. Chapter 1311. In the main hall of the Qin residence that was paved with green bricks, Yi Chen and the other 2 were seated at the top. Yi Chen and the other 2 were arranged to sit at the top as guests of honor. There were many spirit fruits and spirit tea on the table in front of them. Qin Song and the rest waited on the side, respectfully. There was joy between their brows. Clearly, Yi Chen's generosity earlier had made them extremely satisfied. Yi Chen and the other two were not interested in that. On the contrary, the little girl in his embrace would pick one up and nibble on it from time to time before putting it back again. She mumbled softly, "It's so sour and disgusting." Although her voice was not loud, Qin Song and the rest heard it clearly. Their faces froze, and they felt extremely awkward. God took pity on them. To entertain Yi Chen and the rest, they had taken out their best collection. Never had they thought that the little girl would despise them. However, they felt much better when they thought about how the little girl ate the foundation-building pills and dustfall pills like candy. Yi Chen observed the setup around calmly. His divine consciousness covered a radius of 1 mile. He could not help but secretly shake his head. Indeed, the Qin family was not big. Although there had been a golden core cultivator among their ancestors, it had long fallen after so many years. He looked at Qin Song and the rest. Just when he was planning to learn more about this place, he saw a Qin family disciple walk in quickly. He said to Qin Song as if he was excited, "Master, Chaoga City's market has reopened." So soon? Qin Song and the rest were elated to hear that. Qin Shui, who was standing aside, exclaimed, "Didn't they say that the market would be closed for half a month? It's reopened in less than 2 days. Isn't that too fast?" The so-called market was a market where cultivators traded. After all, cultivators had a wide range of activities. If they needed medicinal pills and spiritual stones along the way, they would choose the nearest market to trade. Usually, the market was open 24 hours a day. However, this so-called Chaoga City was closed. Yi Chen looked at Qin Song and the rest calmly as he thought to this point. "Master Qin, according to what I know, isn't the market open day and night? Why is it closed?" Everyone could not help but look at him as soon as he said that. There seemed to be suspicion in their eyes. Eventually, Qin Song said, "Young Master Yi, I believe you often go into closed-door cultivation, and this is your first time leaving the sect, right?" Yi Chen smiled without saying anything. His expression made Qin Song even more certain of his guess. He continued, "Young Lordy, you might not know this, but 3 days ago, a thief broke into my Luoxia region and plundered all the markets. For the sake of safety, the higher-ups had no choice but to close the markets." "A thief?" Yi Chen was surprised. Seeing his expression, Qin Song explained, "This thief is extremely vicious. He carries a coffin on his back. Not only did he rob the market square, he even robbed the 4 major sects." At that moment, even Yi Wushuang and Xiaohe were interested. Carrying a coffin? Yi Chen's eyes flashed imperceptibly when he heard that. "This thief is quite interesting. I wonder what he looks like." "We don't know." Qin Song shook his head and said, "However, it is said that this person has a zombie body. Even the grand elders of the 4 major sects couldn't stop him." Zombie body. Could it be a victory? Yi Chen could not help but think to himself. Subsequently, his eyes flickered secretly. But why is Ying here? He carries a coffin on his back. Could it be that his avatar is in the coffin? Just when he was thinking to himself, Qin Song spoke again. "That's why the higher-ups ordered the market to be closed for half a month. I didn't expect the market to reopen after only 2 days. I think the thief must have been killed. Grandpa, since the market has reopened, should we go to Chaoga City?" Qin Shui, who was standing aside, asked. "Of course." Qin Song nodded lightly. They had obtained many medicinal pills from Yi Chen this time, especially the true origin pills. Although they were precious, they could be exchanged for many spirit stones if they were to auction a bottle at the market. It was considered more resources for the younger generation of the family. He could not help but look at Yi Chen as he spoke to this point. "I wonder if young Lordy is interested in going to Chaoga City to take a look." "Sure," Yi Chen nodded. It was his first time here, so he was still unfamiliar with everything. Meanwhile, the Qin family was just a third-rate family after all, so they knew too little. Perhaps there would be something new if they went to Chowga City. Since that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Let's go now. Qin Song stood up as he spoke. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from outside the Qin residence. There was a faint, surging, true origin wave. At the same time, an extremely cold voice came from outside. Hey, old Qin Song, you didn't keep your promise. You made me wait for so long. Qin Song's expression changed immediately. He frowned and said, It's Nanhua Zi. I was so focused on entertaining young Lord Yi that I forgot about this person. As soon as he said that, the expressions of many members of the Qin family changed, especially Qin Shui. She looked at Qin Song pitifully. Qin Song's expression changed a few times. Eventually, he turned his head and said to Yi Qin, Young Lord Yi, please wait for me. I'll go settle some personal grudges. With that, his body flashed, and he immediately turned into a long rainbow that shot out. Many Qin family elders followed behind him. At the entrance of the Kangwu Qin family's formation. At that moment, a Taoist dressed in a Taoist robe with a protruding mouth and cheeks, like a monkey, unleashed his cultivation base that belonged to a mastery stage foundation building Cultivator. He was attacking the formation crazily, and the formation was about to collapse. Boom! As the formation was opened, Qin Song shot over with his men. His voice was like thunder. Nanhua Zi, are you going to become enemies with my Qin family? I've said it before. Your little girl crippled my disciple. If you hand her over today, it'll be fine. Nanhua Zi's expression was extremely sinister. If you don't hand her over, don't blame me for not giving face to your Kangwu Qin family. Since that's the case, let me experience how powerful you, Nanhua Zi, are. Qin Song was instantly enraged. He opened his mouth and spat out a flying sword. As he formed hand seals, the flying sword immediately charged at Nanhua Zi. Old Qin Song, you're simply refusing a toast, only to drink a forfeit. Nanhua Zi's gaze turned cold, and the horsetail whisk in his hand suddenly expanded. Countless whisks extended out like giant tentacles. Clang! Qin Song's flying sword was immediately knocked down. At the same time, a giant black tentacle landed heavily on his body. Bleck! He spat out a mouthful of blood and was instantly sent flying. Family head. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the 3 Qin family elders who were watching from the side changed. Then, they urged their quintessential Yuan to protect Qin Song. After Qin Song swallowed a pill, he looked at Nanhua Zi with fear. You're actually at the peak of foundation establishment. You found out too late. Nanhua Zi sneered, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Since you're not sensible, then don't blame me for being angry. With that, the horsetail whisk in his hand expanded again, then turned into 4 giant black tentacles that attacked Qin Song and the others. Extreme quality spirit artifact. Not good. Dodge. Qin Song's expression changed greatly as he shouted. However, Nanhua Zi's attack was simply too fast. No matter how they dodged, they couldn't dodge at all. All of you die. Nanhua Zi sneered. Just at that moment, the horsetail whisk in his hand suddenly exploded, and his entire body was heavily smashed out. Bleck! Nanhua Zi spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale as he looked around in shock. Who is it? He was now peak foundation establishment. To be able to heavily injure him while he was defenseless, only golden core cultivators could do this. At this moment, a faint voice echoed in his mind. If you don't scram, I'll kill you. This voice was like rolling thunder, causing Nanhua Zi's soul to feel extreme pain as if it was being pierced by needles. Senior, Junior will leave now, leave now. The shock in Nanhua Zi's heart reached an extreme point. He stood up and took a deep breath before turning into a rainbow and flying into the distance. His mouth trembled. Damn it, this Qin family actually has a golden core. Cultivator. End of this chapter. Chapter 1312. Thank you, young Master Yi, for saving our lives. Qin Song, who had returned to the main hall, bowed to Yi Chen heavily. He looked extremely grateful. He knew very well that if not for Yi Chen and the rest, they would have been beheaded by now. Yi Chen said calmly, "I injured this person's foundation. Even if he doesn't die, his cultivation base will fall. He won't be a threat to your Qin family in the future." Hearing that, Qin Song was not surprised at all. Instead, he forced a smile. "Young master, you might not know this, but this person has an elder brother who's a pseudo-core cultivator. Now that Nanhua Zi is injured, this person will definitely not sit back and watch." "Don't worry." Yi Chen smiled lightly. "If I meet this person, I might as well kill him for Master Qin. Let's head to Chaoga City." A mere pseudo-core cultivator was nothing to him. What he had to figure out now was where they were and where the Immortal Palace was. The last bit of worry in Qin Song's heart disappeared completely. He then nodded and arranged everything to set off with Yi Chen. Chaoga City was located in the Luoxia region. It was the first of the 3 great cities because Chaoga City was located in the Cloud Dream Mountain, a top-notch spiritual mountain in the Luoxia region. The Cloud Dream Mountain spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. There were all sorts of rare spiritual herbs and extremely dense spiritual energy. Therefore, the 4 major sects in the Luoxia region built their sects here. In the mountains, there were several figures standing on a few huge wildebeests that were full of muscles. Qin Song, who was on the leading black wildebeest, pointed at the end of the valley and said, "Young Master Yi, we'll arrive at Chaoga City in 20 kilometers. The spiritual energy is not bad." Yi Chen looked over and could not help but secretly nod when he felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the mountains that was getting denser. Even earth after the spiritual energy recovery, or even the ancient desolate realm, could not compare to such a density of spiritual energy. Along the way, he had also probed Qin Song and the rest, and found out that this world was called the Purple World. There were 4 regions under it, namely the Luoxia region, the Mystic Yang region, the True Void region, and the All Heaven region. They had been teleported to the Luoxia region this time. There were many cultivation families in the Luoxia region. Of course, these cultivators all had to look up to the 4 major cultivation sects in the Luoxia region. The 4 sects were Qingling sect, Heavenly Ghost sect, Hahuan sect, and Gujian sect. Yi Chen could not help but think to himself, is the Immortal Palace the name of a force or a place? However, from what Qin Song and the others said, Immortal Palace doesn't seem to be in this sunset region. Thinking up to here, he couldn't help but glance at Qin Song, who was in front of him, and said, "Patriarch Qin, besides the sunset region, have you been to the other 3 regions?" Hearing those words, Qin Song turned his head and said, "Young master, Yi thinks too highly of this old man. I haven't even traveled through the entire sunset region, let alone the other 3 regions." Yi Chen could not help but feel a little disappointed. At this moment, Yi Wushuang, who was behind him, suddenly said, "Clan leader Qin, may I ask which of the 4 territories is the most powerful?" "It's naturally the All Heaven region." Qin Song smiled and said, "Rumor has it that the All Heaven domain is the place where the Tao of the Azure Purple Realm flourished. Don't think that the 4 great sects of the Luoxia domain are supreme. If we were placed in the All Heaven domain, we wouldn't even be able to compare to their peerless geniuses. They're suspected to be a void refinement almighty in the Immortal Palace." Yi Chen secretly calculated. Among the 4 regions, I'm afraid only the All Heaven region that Qin Song mentioned might be where the Immortal Palace is. As he was speaking, Qin Sheng suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, father, we're here." Yi Chen looked up immediately. What he saw was a majestic immortal city rising from the ground. The immortal city towered into the clouds as if it had pierced through the clouds. Clouds and mist lingered around it, and spiritual energy was abundant. Before they even got closer, they could faintly hear a beautiful song coming from the immortal city. It was refreshing. As they got closer, they saw a golden plaque on the huge city wall. The words Chowga Immortal City were written on it. The strokes were bold and powerful, and there was a faint surge of formation power. At the city gate, there were more than 10 city guards in spirit armor and holding spirit halberds. Their sharp eyes swept across everyone who entered and exited the city. Meanwhile, there was a giant cauldron by the side of the road. Chin Sung took the lead and walked at the front. He took out more than 10 spirit stones from his storage bag and put them into the giant cauldron. Upon seeing that, the little girl in Yi Chen's embrace could not help but ask, "Daddy, why did you put the stones in there?" "That's the toll fee," Yi Chen explained while smiling. "It's just like Daddy driving you and Mommy out to play, and you have to pay when you pass the highway toll station." The little girl immediately understood. Under Chin Song's lead, the group entered Chowga City without any hindrance. The city was extremely prosperous, and it was completely incomparable to a city in the mortal world. There were people selling spirit wine by the side of the road, and there were stalls set up by low-level independent cultivators. They sold low-level demonic beast materials or talismans. Just as they walked a few steps, they saw a tall building that was about 10 stories tall standing far away. The words Spring Breeze Pavilion were written on it. From time to time, there would be a woman's laughter and all sorts of melodious music coming from it. The sound had a special charm, causing many cultivators who passed by to blush. "I can't believe there's a brothel here." Yi Chen glanced at it and immediately looked away. He secretly shook his head and said, "If the patriarch were to follow us, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to walk with his personality." The brothel in the cultivation world was different from the secular world. The women in the brothel were also cultivators, but most of them had low cultivation bases. They were immersed in a drunken life all day long. Of course, most of them knew some techniques to nourish their yang within. At that moment, Chin Sung lifted his head to look at Yi Chen and said, "Young Master Yi, we won't disturb you guys from walking around Chowga City. You can send me a message if you need anything." He was a smart man. He knew that Yi Chen and the rest must have their own purpose in coming to Chowga City. It would not be good for them to follow them, so they parted ways. "That's great." Yi Chen nodded lightly. After watching them leave, he turned around and said to Yi Wushuang and Xiaohei, "Since we're here, let's walk around." He paused as he spoke to this point. "Wushuang, Xiaohei, let's split up and ask each other about the Immortal Palace. We'll meet here in 2 hours." "Sure." Yi Wushuang and Xiaohei nodded at the same time and walked in 2 different directions. After the 2 of them left, Yi Chen carried the little girl and wandered around Chowga City alone. At the same time, a short young man suddenly walked out from both sides of the street. The young man looked at Yi Chen and seemed to be hesitating. Then he clenched his teeth and followed from afar. How could such a small action hide from Yi Chen's divine consciousness? Yi Chen could not help but stop and turn his head to look at him. "What's the matter?" End of this chapter. Chapter 1313. He saw that Yi Chen had noticed him first. The short young man was shocked at first. Then he walked up to him with a smile on his face. He rolled his eyes and said, "Senior, is this your first time in Chowga City?" Beginner stage spirit assembly? Yi Chen was secretly surprised after sensing the other party's cultivation base. "How did you tell?" "Of course, it's my eyes." The short young man smiled and said, "My name is Wang Wu. I grew up in Chowga City. I've seen at least 800 people every day, if not 1,000. However, I've never seen you before, Senior." Yi Chen came to a realization after hearing that. At that moment, Wang Wu hesitated for a moment. He suddenly rubbed his hands and said with a charming smile, "Senior, may I know what you want to buy in Chowga City? Or are you selling something? I'm willing to lead the way for you. You only need to give me 10 low-grade spirit stones." "Sure." Yi Chen thought it was funny looking at his anxious and begging expression. He agreed to it without thinking. The reason why he did that was because he saw the shadow of his youngest disciple in the immortal world in this person. That child had no parents since he was young. He had once struggled to survive in the immortal cultivation city and was bullied. Yi Chen had only accepted him as his last disciple when he accidentally discovered his malleability. This child did not let him down. In just 5,000 years, he had advanced from a mortal to an immortal lord. However, perhaps it was related to what he had experienced since he was young that caused this child to be a little cold and only listen to Yi Chen. This child, Yi Chen sighed as he thought to this point, when that traitorous disciple betrayed me, this child was suppressing the astral world with 100,000 immortal soldiers. I only hope that he'll be able to survive. Wang Wu said excitedly when he saw that Yi Chen had agreed to it, Senior, may I know if you want to buy or sell something? Do you want magic treasures, refining materials, or divinity spells? Yi Chen said, I need a map. Wang Wu nodded and led Yi Chen around the city, excitedly. They headed straight to the market in the west of the city. From time to time, he would tell Yi Chen about some of the rules and secrets of Chaoga City. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Wang Wu finally brought Yi Chen to a street that was as luxurious as a palace. Wang Wu stretched out his hand and pointed. Senior, the innermost room is called Treasure Gathering Pavilion. It has the most complete collection of things, so the map you want should definitely be there. Yi Chen looked up and saw the words Jubao Pavilion hanging on the door of the innermost shop. The most striking thing about it was that these 3 words were over 3 meters long and were actually made of spirit stones. It was a clear indication of his wealth and luxury. Yi Chen nodded to himself and walked toward the Jubao Pavilion while carrying his daughter. Just as Wang Wu, who was behind him, was about to open his mouth, 20 low-grade spirit stones suddenly appeared in his hand. 20 yuan! In his excitement, Wang Wu bowed at Yi Chen's retreating back and disappeared into the street. Outside Jubao Pavilion, Yi Chen stood at the entrance while carrying his daughter. He saw that the entire shop only had 2 floors. However, there were countless barriers and formations that blocked divine consciousness from entering. With his strength, it was naturally not difficult for him to forcefully invade these barriers, but he was really not very interested. Just as he was about to enter, an old man in a green robe walked out of the shop first. The old man blocked his way, and after sizing him up, he said, Sir, don't you know the rules of my Jubao Pavilion? What rules? Yi Chen frowned. The green-robed old man said expressionlessly, My Jubao Pavilion has 3 no-entry rules. You can't enter if you're below the golden core stage. You can't enter if you don't have 10,000 spirit stones on you. And you can't enter if you don't show your identity. As long as you meet any of the rules, you can enter. Yi Chen's eyes flashed imperceptibly. He then extended his divine consciousness into the storage ring, only to find that there were less than 6,000 spirit stones left. He had used them too, frequently earlier. Thinking to this point, his eyes immediately flickered, and he considered whether he should forcefully rob this shop. However, this idea was immediately extinguished by him. Robbing was ultimately a bit of a lowly act. Seeing that he did not say a word, the green-robed old man's tone suddenly turned cold, and he said, Since you haven't reached the standard, then please leave. Yi Chen waved his sleeve, and a long sword landed in the old man's hand. Does your shop want this? Just as the green-robed old man was about to refuse, the expression on his face suddenly froze, and he said in shock, A supreme-grade magic treasure! In the cultivation world, magic treasures were divided into magic tools, spirit tools, magic treasures, and spirit treasures. They were divided into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and supreme. Among them, magic tools were usually used by spirit assembly cultivators. Spirit tools were used by foundation building cultivators. Magic treasures were used by golden core masters, and spirit treasures were used by nascent soul cultivators. At that moment, the green-robed old man's attitude changed drastically, fellow, my Jubao pavilion wants this sword. May I know how many spirit stones you want? 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yi Qin said. The green-robed old man could not help but frown when he heard that. He seemed to be hesitating, and in the end he said, 30,000. I can only give you 30,000 at most. Deacon Wu, this brother's sword is a supreme grade magic treasure. 50,000 is already very low, yet you actually bet 20,000 on it. Aren't you being a little stingy? At this moment, a chuckle came from behind them. Yi Qin turned around and saw a white-clothed young man holding an iron fan walking over. The young man had an elegant bearing and an imposing appearance. The green-robed old man's gaze focused, and then he said with a cold expression, "So it's the Jiang family's young master, River Feather." River Feather did not mind. Instead, he looked at Yi Qin and said, "Brother, I want this sword of yours. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones." As soon as these words were spoken, the green-robed old man's expression instantly changed. Before Yi Qin could speak, he spoke first. First come, first served. Fellow Taoist, my treasure-gathering pavilion is willing to pay 50,000. Yi Qin could not help but look at River Feather. Unexpectedly, River Feather waved his folding fan and shook his head with a smile that was not a smile. "Since Deacon Wu wants it, then I won't take it from you." The green-robed old man was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He could only gesture for Yi Qin to enter with a dark expression. "Please come in, fellow. I'll count the spirit stones for you." After Yi Qin and River Feather entered, the green-robed old man took the flying sword and walked backstage. River Feather smiled kindly at Yi Qin and introduced himself. "I'm River Feather of the Jiang family, mid-golden core, cultivation. Yi Qin, mid-golden soul formation." Yi Qin smiled. As soon as these words came out, River Feather's expression froze, and then he laughed dryly. "Brother Yi, you scared me. You really know how to joke." Clearly, he thought that Yi Qin was unwilling to reveal his cultivation base. That was why he had exaggerated his cultivation base. At this moment, a slightly aged voice came from backstage. "Where is the person selling the flying sword?" Then the green-robed old man led an old man in a red robe over, and they walked out swiftly and decisively. The green-robed old man pointed at Yi Qin. "Reporting to Elder Hu, it's this young friend." End of this chapter. Chapter 13-15. In a private room by the window in Spring Breeze Restaurant in Chaoga City, a few graceful women surrounded a man, and among them the man was dressed in white and held an iron fan in his hand. He allowed the women to serve him. It was River Feather. When he saw the Zhang family running out of Chaoga City, River Feather's eyes flashed. He could not help but shake his head and say, "Even the third elder of the Jiang family is here. Brother Yi is in trouble now. Why didn't you listen to me?" Although he said that, he was still unmoved. He did not plan to help Yi Qin. After all, he had only met Yi Qin by chance. It was already good enough that he could give him some pointers. Outside Chaoga City at Shirley Hill, he watched as the man in black whom he was about to save was killed by Yi Qin right in front of him. The gray-robed old man glared at Yi Qin and said coldly, "Be ****, how dare you kill a member of my Chaoga Zhan family?" The passers-by who were shocked by this scene were also shocked when they heard that. They inhaled sharply at the same time. It's the third elder of the Zhang family, Zhang Warren. There were a total of 8 great cultivation families in Chaoga City. Over the years, the position of city governor had always been held by the 8 great cultivation families. No one dared to complain. The Zhang family was one of the 8 great families. They had many businesses such as markets, shops, and so on. Now, someone dared to kill a member of the Zhang family. Yi Qin looked calm. He walked toward the gray-robed old man while carrying his daughter. Under countless gazes, he pointed at the red-robed old man behind the gray-robed old man, elder Hu of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Do you have to explain this to me? The former was the elder who had traded the bronze mirror with him at the treasure-gathering pavilion. Now that he had appeared here with the gray-robed old man, the ins and outs of the matter were naturally self-evident. Under everyone's gaze, the red-robed old man took a step forward and looked at him with a grim expression. "Fellow, the deal between you and me has already been completed. With the Jiang family's young master Riverfeather as a witness, it's fair and just." "What do you mean by that?" "In reality, the man in black who was killed by Yi Che was a disciple that he had secretly taken in many years ago. It was inconvenient for him to show himself because he cultivated a demonic Tao cultivation method. This time they were under his orders to kill Yi Qin and take back the 100,000 spirit stones from him. However, in this situation, with others present, he naturally did not dare to admit that the black-clothed man was sent by him. Hearing his sophistry, Yi Qin chuckled softly and said in disdain, "I was ambushed by this person as soon as I came out of your treasure-gathering pavilion. Don't you think this is a little too coincidental?" "I don't understand what you're saying." The red-robed elder sneered. In reality, he was also a little shocked. One had to know that his eldest disciple was at the pseudo-pellet stage. However, he was killed by Yi Chen with a single finger. It was clear that he had underestimated Yi Chen's ability. Yi Chen's cultivation base might be on the golden core stage. The gray-robed old man and the others could not help but look at each other with flickering eyes. With their experience, they naturally found out from the duo's conversation that Elder, who might have sent someone to kill Yi Chen because he coveted what he had on him. Never had they thought that they would be exposed. However, Elder, who was their Zhang family's revered elder after all. No matter what, they had to push this matter away to protect the treasure-gathering pavilion's reputation. Thinking to this point, the leading gray-robed old man immediately sneered, "What nonsense! Elder, who is our Zhang family's revered elder, and we know him very well. How can you slander him? Brat, you killed my Zhang family's disciples, and you still want to blame us? Today, follow me back to the Zhang family to await punishment." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and activated his true origin energy to transform into a large spiritual energy hand. He charged at Yi Chen directly, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. Seeing that, the people standing in the distance could not help but shake their heads secretly. They seemed to have seen Yi Chen's outcome. Even the red-robed old man revealed a cruel expression. Although third elder strength is inferior to him, he's also at the mastery stage of the golden core stage. Wouldn't it be easy for him to capture a brat? Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. Then he lifted his right hand and pressed it at the air. A loud rumble came from the air, and then a terrifying pressure landed on the gray-robed old man and the rest. At that moment, the few people, including the red-robed old man, felt a pressure that was as heavy as a mountain. Then they fell to the ground and could not move at all. How is this possible? The eyes of the gray-robed old man and the rest were filled with extreme shock. One must know that the lowest cultivation base among them was at the intermediate stage of the golden core stage. There was even a perfection stage, golden core stage, like the red-robed old man. However, they were no match for Yi Chen, unless the other party's cultivation base was at the pseudo-nascent soul stage, or even higher. Thinking to this point, the red-robed old man and the rest were horrified. They immediately cried out, "Senior, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding?" Yi Chen's expression was cold as he slammed his right palm down. In an instant, the ground shook violently. Even the people standing far away felt like they could not stand still. When the storm faded, the place where the Zhang family and the rest were standing earlier sunk 30 meters into the ground. Apart from that, there was no one else. He killed a few golden core cultivators with a single palm. Someone could not hide the shock within him. He said, while shaking, "This person must be a nascent soul cultivator. The Zhang family has kicked a metal plate this time." in the Jubao Pavilion in Chaoga City. Attendant Wu lay on the armchair with a pot of spiritual tea in his hand. He would take a sip from it every now and then as he squinted. Elder who had sent people to kill that brat. Naturally, he would receive money to keep his mouth shut as soon as the job was done. Such a scene had happened more than once. Therefore, when he saw Elder who handing the 100,000 spiritual stones to Yi Chen without hesitation, he had already guessed what was going to happen next. I should be able to get at least 2,000 spiritual stones this time. Attendant Wu took a sip of tea as he thought to this point. He could not help but be elated. Together with the spiritual stones that I've been saving for years, I might be able to buy a dustfall pill for my family to prepare for core formation. Just when he was thinking happily, he suddenly felt the ground shake violently as if the entire Jubao Pavilion was shaking. Plop! He landed on the ground directly. Ignoring the dust on his body, he got up and looked outside the Jubao Pavilion. What's going on? In his eyes, he saw a white-haired young man carrying a little girl in his arms break open the door and walk in slowly. The brat with the surname Yi? Attendant Wu was shocked at first. Then he said in disbelief, How are you still alive? Are you surprised that I'm not dead? Yi Chen said, while smiling as he walked. At that moment, countless thoughts flashed through Attendant Wu's mind. Subsequently, he slapped Yi Chen without any hesitation. Bang! As blood splattered, a severed arm fell to the ground. Ah! Deacon Wu covered his shoulder that was bleeding and retreated a few meters away. He looked at Yi Chen in fear. End of chapter. Chapter 1316. At that moment, Deacon Wu finally realized something. Elder who attacked Yi Chen, but Yi Chen appeared here safe and sound. That could only mean one thing. Something must have happened to Elder, Hu, and the rest. Fear was the only thing left in his heart when he thought to this point. Boom! At the same time, a few figures shot out from the backstage of the Jubao Pavilion. The leader was at intermediate stage Golden Core. Who are you? The leading old man looked at Yi Chen with killing intent. Another person looked at Attendant Wu who was on the ground, and his face turned grim. Why are you talking to him? Only death awaits you if you cause trouble in my Jubao Pavilion. He opened his mouth after saying that, and a scorching flame shot at Yi Chen like the sun. The temperature caused the air to be covered by the formation. Yi Chen glanced at the former coldly and ignored the flame. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the man in his hand. The man's expression changed drastically as if he wanted to beg for mercy. However, he turned into a bloody mist with a bang. The leading old man was terrified to the extreme when he saw that. He turned around and ran away without saying anything. Yi Chen waved his sleeve and killed the man on the spot. In an instant, only Attendant Wu, who had lost an arm, was left in the entire Jubao Pavilion. The series of actions was completed in the blink of an eye. Yi Chen did not even frown when he killed 2 Golden Core cultivators. Attendant Wu trembled and kowtowed like he was pounding garlic. Senior, spare me, spare me. This has nothing to do with me. At this moment, if he still could not see anything, he would have lived for over 100 years in vain. Yi Chen paid no attention to him, and his gaze swept through the treasure-gathering pavilion one by one. His sleeve seemed as if it was inflated by a blower, and all the treasures were sucked into it. 300,000 low-grade spiritual stones, 2,000 and 8,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, 500 high-grade spiritual stones, and countless low-grade medicinal herbs and materials. Yi Chen could not help but shake his head after controlling his divine consciousness to count them one by one. It seems like killing for treasures is the fastest way to get rich. However, I'm still too poor. I might as well go all out and destroy the Zhang family too. A ferocious gleam flashed through his eyes as he thought to this point. He then looked at Attendant Wu slowly. Bring me to the Zhang family. W8 what? Deacon Wu was stunned at first, and then he seemed to realize something. A strand of disbelief immediately surged onto his face. It was not enough for Yi Qin to rob the Jubao pavilion. You want to rob the Zhang family. Yi Qin could not be bothered to talk to him. He broke one of his arms again. The latter screamed, "Senior, I'll bring you there. I'll bring you there." Although he said so, his heart was filled with resentment. Stupid kid. Do you really think that just because you are in the original infant stage, you dare to look down on the Zhang family, one of the 8 families in Zhaoga? Meanwhile, in the Spring Breeze house in Zhaoga City, have you heard? Just now, a great battle took place on the 10-mile slope outside Zhaoga City. It is said that a swordsman of the Zhang family was killed. That's not all I heard. I heard that the Zhang family's 3rd elder, Zhang Warren, and the treasure-gathering pavilion's consecrator, Elder Hu, were both killed by a young man. Countless cultivators gathered together and whispered to each other. The news that came from their mouths shook the entire Spring Breeze pavilion. I happened to be there at that time. I know this the best. An old man in black in the crowd said, "It is said that the incident was caused by the treasure-gathering pavilion's Elder Hu. This person coveted the spirit stones in that young man's hands and sent people to kill him. I didn't expect that he would lose his life. I've heard that the treasure-gathering pavilion relied on the Zhang family's background to act recklessly. I don't know how many people have been harmed." A young cultivator said indignantly, "They deserve this retribution." As soon as he finished speaking, many people's expressions changed, and they scolded in unison. "Little friend, be careful with your words." At this moment, a young man in white walked over and said to the old man in black, while smiling, "The young man you guys are talking about has white hair and is carrying a little girl in his arms." "Oh, it's young Master Zhang." The appearance of the young man immediately made the black-clothed old man a little nervous. The latter bowed before replying, "Young Master Zhang, that person is indeed as you said. He has a head full of white hair and is carrying a little girl in his arms. Looks like it really is Brother Yi." Hearing this, River Feather secretly gasped. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I didn't expect Brother Yi to possess such abilities." However, he then shook his head. "However, Brother Yi has made a big deal out of this matter. The Zhang family has lost so many people this time, so they will definitely not let this matter go." With that, he returned to his seat. As far as he was concerned, Yi Chen's following days wouldn't be good. He would either flee for his life or be captured by the furious Zhang family and suffer inhumane pain. At this moment, 2 ferocious stone lions stood guard at the entrance of the Zhang family residence. Guards that were as strong as dragons had tightly guarded the entire Zhang family residence. Within the residence, many of the Zhang family's higher-ups were gathered. Their expressions were gloomy, and the atmosphere was cold, causing many of the servants in charge of serving tea to tremble with fear. The purple-robed, current patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Qingyan, who was at the false nascent soul stage, sat in a high position. After taking a sip of the tea in his cup, he looked down at the people below with an expressionless face. What exactly happened? The soul tablets of the 4 golden core elders shattered. Ever since the Zhang family became one of the 8 clans of Chaoga, when had such an upheaval happened? What infuriated him the most was that there was no clear reason for this matter from the beginning to the end. They did not even know who the other party was. "Patriarch, I heard that this was caused by Elder Hu of the Jubao Pavilion. He traded an inferior-grade spirit treasure with someone and sent people to kill that person later in an attempt to retrieve the spirit stone." Someone below slowly said. At that time, the 3rd elder was inspecting the major markets with his men. He happened to hear our Zhang family's disciples asking for help, so he brought people to help. "Patriarch, this person killed many of our Zhang family's experts in public." An elder at the scene said sternly, "This is simply lawless. I suggest we seal the city, then find this person and extract his soul and refine it." "That's right. Otherwise, I'm afraid our Zhang family will become the laughingstock of the other 7 clans. How can we stand in Chaoga City in the future?" Another elder added, "I heard that this person is only in his 20s. Although he can kill Elder Hu and the rest, his cultivation base is at most perfected golden core. All right. Zhang Qingyan narrowed his eyes, and there was also a shocking murderous intent in his eyes. No matter who that person is or what cultivation base he has, he will definitely die. We can use this matter to deter the other 7 clans. Although he did not agree with Elder Hu's actions, he did not object either. After all, no family in the 8 clans of Chaoga was absolutely clean. It was wrong of that kid to dare to kill the people of the Zhang family. Just as everyone was about to make a move, a series of screams suddenly came from outside the residence, accompanied by a deafening sound. End of this chapter. Chapter 1317. What happened? This sudden scene caused all the upper echelons of the Zhang family in the hall to stand up in shock. Bang! In an instant, more than 10 Zhang family guards smashed through the door and fell in front of everyone. Then, everyone saw a white-haired young man with a girl in his arms swagger in. He was still holding the unconscious Deacon Wu in one hand. Almost at that moment, the upper echelons of the Zhang family in the hall were furious. Who are you? How dare you barge into our Zhang family? Are you courting death? It's him. Suddenly, a Zhang family elder seemed to have thought of something. He stared at Yi Qin. Master, it's this guy who killed Elder Hu and the rest. What? As soon as he said that, a storm broke out among the crowd. Countless people were in an uproar. Even though they knew that Yi Qin was extremely young, they did not expect him to be so young. What are you waiting for? We were looking for this person. Since he came to seek death, don't blame us. A beginner stage golden core elder's eyes turned cold. Then he moved and spat out a flying sword from his mouth. He slashed at Yi Qin's neck. Die! Yi Qin glanced at him coldly and crushed the other party's magic treasure directly. The other party screamed and fell to the ground, dead. As expected, the rest of the people were shocked and their eyes were filled with fear. This kid is really as the news said. Thinking to this point, many people subconsciously looked at Zhang Qingyan because he was one of the 2 people with the highest cultivation base in the entire Zhang family. Zhang Qingyan looked at Yi Qin with a grim gaze. May I know your name? Why are you bullying my Zhang family? Yi Qin said coldly, Your Zhang family sent people to kill me after the deal failed. You deserve to be destroyed. You want to destroy my Zhang family? Zhang Qingyan was shocked at first, then he laughed out of extreme anger. Aren't you being too arrogant? I'll give you another chance. Kneel down and confess, and I might spare your life. You talk too much. Yi Qin's eyes flashed. He carried his daughter and walked toward the former step by step. He looked down on everything. You're courting death. Zhang Qingyan was furious. A dazzling green gleam suddenly shot out from his body. The green gleam cut through the void directly and slashed at Yi Qin at lightning speed. Talisman treasure. Yi Qin could not help but reveal a mocking expression. Under everyone's gaze, he extended his hand and pinched the talisman treasure with 2 fingers. It was a long black needle that contained extreme, baleful yin qi. If an ordinary cultivator were to be pierced by it, they would instantly turn into a pool of blood. However, Yi Qin grabbed it casually at that moment. In an instant, the entire hall was dead silent. Many of the Zhang clan's gold core stage elders revealed an expression as if they had seen a ghost. After all, Zhang Qingyan was at the false nascent soul realm. On the other hand, Zhang Qingyan was stunned. A moment later, she seemed to have recalled something. She looked at Yi Qin in shock again. Perfected Lord, why you're a nascent soul. Perfected Lord. Plop. He knelt heavily on the ground and said with a trembling body, Senior, please spare my life. My Zhang family is willing to accept any punishment. The rest of the Golden Core elders felt as though they had been struck by lightning. A nascent soul, perfected Lord. Their Zhang family had actually offended such a person. Ever since I appeared, all of you have been yelling at me to kill me. Now that you're no match for me, you're begging for mercy on your knees." Yi Chen ignored everything. His gaze was cold and emotionless. From this, it can be seen that all of you are also people who bully the weak and fear the strong. After saying that, he swept his sleeve and everyone was killed. After that, he did not hesitate and directly took all the treasures of the Zhang family. He did not even leave Zhang Qinyan and the rest storage bags behind. The Zhang family was destroyed. In less than an hour, countless families and cultivators in the entire Chaoga mortal city were shocked by this shocking news. All the high-level cultivators of the Zhang family were dead. Only most of the low-level disciples and servants who did not know how to cultivate had fainted. However, they could not remember anything. That was one of the 8 families of Chaoga. There were countless golden core elders in the family, and there were even false, nascent soul powerhouses. However, they were destroyed just like that. In Chaoga Immortal City, the Wang family, which was also one of the 8 families, the Zhang family has been destroyed. The current head of the Wang family looked at the information in his hand and was extremely shocked. The 8 families of Chaoga have been fighting openly and secretly for so many years, but no one has been able to do anything to them. Now they've been destroyed. Thinking to this point, he immediately ordered, "Investigate. We must find out who destroyed the Zhang family." Yes, a powerhouse answered and left. At the same time, the remaining 6 cultivation families, including the Lan family, Wei family, and Yu family, all moved. In Spring Breeze Pavilion, River Feather looked at the servant in front of him in shock. Then he could not help but gulp. "Brother, ye actually destroyed the Zhang family? Oh my God, that's too crazy." After he finally digested all of this, he was filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, I didn't offend him. Otherwise, my Jiang family would be finished. In a pavilion not far from Spring Breeze Pavilion in Chaoga Mortal City, Yi Chen put down his daughter and counted what he had obtained from this trip again: 730,000 low-grade spirit stones, 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones, 1,100 high-grade spirit stones. Not bad. I didn't expect a small family to be so rich. A thought flashed through Yi Chen's head as he thought to this point. Just the Zhang family alone is already so rich. If I destroy the other 7 families or even the 4 cultivation sects, I'm afraid the rewards. He extinguished the thought as soon as it appeared. The reason why he destroyed the Zhang family was that the Zhang family allowed the Jubao Pavilion to offend him. Meanwhile, the other 7 families had no grudges with him. If he treated the Zhang family the same way, how was his behavior different from the Demon Dao? He shook his head and got up to look around the entire street. I wonder how Wu Shuang and Xiao Hei's investigation is going. A few familiar voices walked over. The leader was the head of the Kangwu Qin family, Qin Song. Qin Song could not help but welcome Yi Chen as soon as he saw him. He said in extreme surprise, "Young Master Yi, why are you here?" Yi Chen said, while smiling calmly, "There's nothing much to look around, so I decided to rest here." Qin Song came to a realization. Subsequently, he seemed to have recalled something. He looked around and said softly, "Young Master Yi, have you heard? The Zhang family has been destroyed." "Is that so?" Yi Chen gave a short response, but he was secretly surprised by the speed of the news. "That's the Zhang family, one of the 8 families in Chaoga." Qin Song clicked his tongue. It said that there are more than 10 golden core elders guarding them. The Zhang family's master has a pseudo-nascent soul cultivation base. He's only 1 step away from becoming a nascent soul perfected lord. An almighty who can destroy the Zhang family must be a nascent soul perfected lord. He sighed as he spoke to this point. It's a pity that a nascent soul perfected lord is elusive. Low-level cultivators like us can't even see them. Seeing that Yi Chen was not very interested, he could only change the topic. "Oh, yeah, young Master Yi. I heard that an immortal messenger from the Luoxia region spread the news that the All-Heaven region will be holding a wedding in 7 days." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression, which was originally as calm as an ancient well, suddenly changed. Immortal Envoy? P.S. There are only 3 chapters today. The Immortal Palace is going to appear soon. There will be 5 chapters tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 1318. What Immortal Envoy? Yi Chen asked again. Qin Song looked at him strangely and could not help but say, Young Master Yi, as a disciple of the Qingling sect, you don't know that there's an immortal envoy in the Luoxia region. I'm always in closed-door cultivation, so I don't know much about this, Yi Chen said. Hearing this, although Qin Song felt that his excuse was a bit unsatisfactory, he still explained, Young Master Yi, I told you before that there are 4 regions in the Purple World. They are the Luoxia region, the Mystic Sun region, the True Sky region, and the All-Heaven region. The All-Heaven region is the most powerful among the 4 regions. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded slightly to show that he understood. Qin Song paused and said, The immortal sects of the All-Heaven region will send immortal envoys to the other 3 regions to protect the absolute position of the All-Heaven region. Whether it's the cultivation sects, families, or independent cultivators in the 3 regions, they have to listen to the orders of the immortal sects of the All-Heaven region. Yi Chen suddenly had a look of realization. At the same time, he felt a trace of fear for the so-called All-Heaven region. After all, the former could make the 3 regions submit, so how could he ignore it? At this point, Qin Song took a deep breath and said with great respect, There's also an immortal envoy in the Luoxia region. Rumor has it that even the supreme elders of the 4 great cultivation sects have to be respectful. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shui and the rest behind him were shocked. Grandpa, there's actually someone more respected than the supreme elders of the 4 great cultivation sects. Obviously, even they did not know that the Luoxia region had such a secret. After all, in their impression, the 4 great cultivation sects were high above. Even an ordinary disciple was enough for them to look up to. Moreover, it was someone of the supreme elder level. It's not you guys. Qin Song looked at them and shook his head. If I didn't learn about it from an ancient book, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to reach that level in my life. Where does this person live? What's his cultivation base? Yi Chen asked. Qin Song sighed softly. The immortal envoy is so respected. It's said that he lives in the Tong Tian Tower. As for where the Tong Tian Tower is, I don't know. The Tong Tian Tower? Yi Chen's eyes flickered a few times as he asked again. Then, you said that there's a wedding in the All-Heaven region. What's going on? I don't know the specifics. Qin Song bitterly smiled. This old man heard the core disciples of the 8 clans talking about this in the market. However, it is said that a genius from the All-Heaven Domain's celestial sect will hold a Dao couple ceremony. You don't even know who's holding the dual cultivation companion event. Yi Chen secretly frowned, feeling a little disappointed. I don't know about that. After all, this matter was passed on by the immortal envoy to the 4 great sects, and then the 4 great sects passed it on to the various powers of the Falling Dawn region. Qin Song forced a smile and shook his head. He could not help but say after noticing that Yi Chen seemed to be tempted. If young Master Yi is interested, perhaps you can visit the Qingling sect. You'll definitely find out more. Until now, he still thought that Yi Chen was a direct disciple of the Qingling sect. Yi Chen shook his head calmly. It was just a fake identity. As soon as he arrived at the Qingling sect, his identity might be exposed immediately. However, thinking about it, the so-called 4 great sects could not stop him at all, so why not force his way in? At that moment, Qin Song seemed to have recalled something. He suddenly said, Oh, yeah, young Master Yi, you don't have to return to the Qingling sect anymore. I heard that there's a banquet at the city governor's mansion in Chaoga Immortal City this time. Many disciples from the 4 great sects will be there. The city governor's mansion banquet? Yi Chen was surprised. That's right, the city governor's mansion banquet. Qin Song nodded and said, I heard that it's organized by the city governor's mansion. They'll invite the people from the 4 great sects to discuss every major event. Yi Chen looked at the time and realized that there were at least 2 hours before the sky turned dark. He could not help but ask, "When is it going to be held?" Qin Song said, "I heard it's going to be held at the city governor's mansion. That means it'll be between 7 and 8 p.m." Yi Chen nodded and secretly thought, "Forget it. I'll go to this so-called city governor's mansion banquet. I think I'll gain something." "Young Master Yi," Qin Song suddenly looked at him and said hesitantly, "I wonder if you can bring us there to take a look?" He could not help but blush as he spoke. After all, it was a party for young people. It seemed rather inappropriate for a person like him, who was 100 to 200 years old, to attend. However, he really wanted Qin Shui and the rest to know the difference between them and the geniuses of the 4 great immortal sections. "Sure." Yi Chen agreed to it while smiling. At that moment, Yi Wushuang and Xiaohe returned. They took a good look at Yi Chen and shook their heads calmly. Clearly, they did not gain anything. Yi Chen secretly told the duo what Qin Song had said earlier through voice transmission through divine consciousness. Yi Wushuang was moved. He looked at him and said through voice transmission, "Brother, are you saying that sister-in-law might be in the All-Heaven region? If that's the case, why don't we go to the All-Heaven region directly?" A ferocious gleam flashed through Xiaohe's eyes. The news might not be accurate. Let's figure it out first. Yi Chen stopped the duo and secretly said through voice transmission, "Search the entire Chaoga city and find out about the Tongtian Tower. It's best if you can find this so-called immortal messenger." At the end of the day, Qin Song and the rest knew too little. The 3 of them had to find out more on their own. "All right." Yi Wushuang and Xiaohe nodded to show that they understood. Night fell in the city governor's mansion of Chaoga City. The city governor's mansion, that occupied an area of close to 100 acres, was already brightly lit. Countless servants were arranging the banquet in an orderly manner. Yi Chen arrived with Qin Song and the rest. Ordinary people were not qualified to attend such a banquet. Only many of the upper echelons of the 7 clans of Chaoga City and the people from the 4 great immortal sects were invited. The huge city governor's mansion was brightly lit. Many guards of the mansion had their eyes wide open. They were constantly on guard to check the people coming in and out. Seeing Yi Chen walking over, one of the men in armor could not help but step forward and say, "May I know which sect master has arrived?" He saw that Yi Chen had white hair and an extraordinary bearing. His appearance was even more handsome. Therefore, he subconsciously felt that only the disciples of the 4 great sects would have such an appearance and bearing. Before Yi Chen could speak, Qin Song, who was behind him, took a few steps forward by instinct and said, "Commander Hong, this is Master Yi Chen, the young master of the Green Spirit sect." "So, it's young Master Yi from the Green Spirit sect." Commander Hong's body shook slightly when he heard that. He was even more respectful to Yi Chen now. "Young Master Yi, it's our honor that you're here at the city governor's mansion. Please follow me in, young master." He turned around and welcomed Yi Chen in after saying that. Yi Chen could not help but be stunned. He thought that the so-called banquet at the city governor's mansion required an invitation. Never did he expect that not only was it not needed, no one would suspect his fake identity. End of this chapter. Chapter 1319. As soon as the group stepped into the city governor's mansion, the scene before them changed. As far as the eye could see, there were many pavilions and spiritual energy like dragons. The ground was covered with a red carpet sewn from the skin of demonic beasts. It was as if they were stepping on clouds, and enchanting maids were dancing beautifully, so beautiful. Qin Shui and the rest could not move at all. They were all stunned by the layout of this paradise. Even Qin Song's face was filled with envy. Yi Chen smiled slightly. He did not care much about this. No matter how beautiful it was It could not compare to the 100-li wind-swept corridor in the immortal world. Little did he know that his calm and composed performance was noticed by Commander Hong, who was leading the way. The latter even secretly nodded his head. Brother Yi?" At this moment, an incomparably surprised voice came from behind them. Yi Chen turned his head to look and saw a young man in white walking toward him with a metal fan in his hand with a face full of shock. It was River Feather. Yi Chen was also surprised. "So it's Brother River." After River Feather approached, he did not know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Brother Yi, you're really bold. You actually dared to come to the gathering after causing such a commotion." Just as Yi Chen was about to speak, he saw Commander Hong nod at River Feather and say, "So young Master River also knows Lord Yi of the Azure Spirit Sect?" Compared to his respectful attitude toward Yi Chen before, he was much more casual toward River Feather. After all, River Feather was only a disciple of a cultivation family. As soon as he finished speaking, River Feather was stunned at first. Then he looked at Yi Chen in surprise. "Brother Yi is from the Azure Spirit Sect." "Of course," Commander Hong said again. "Lord Yi is the true disciple of the Azure Spirit Sect's leader, Yi Chen. His cultivation base is at the pseudo-nascent soul stage. My city governor has praised him more than once." As soon as that was said, River Feather was even more shocked. His gaze when he looked at Yi Chen again became incomparably respectful. "So Brother Yi is the eldest disciple of the Azure Spirit Sect, Yi Chen. I was blind earlier and didn't recognize you. Please forgive me." Yi Chen was stunned again. One person dared to say it, and the other dared to believe it. He looked at the odd River Feather and Commander Hong. Their expressions didn't seem fake at all. He could not help but think to himself, could it be that there's someone in the Qingling sect called Yi Chen? At this time, a maid walked over and whispered a few words into Commander Hong's ear. Commander Hong clasped his fists at Yi Chen and apologized. "Master, the city governor, has something to discuss with me. Since Master Yi and young Master are here, I'll have to trouble young Master Jiang to bring Master Yi in." With that, he immediately turned around and left. River Feather looked at Yi Chen. He seemed excited as he said, "Brother Yi, let's go. I'll introduce you to some people." At the same time, above the city lord's mansion. At this moment, a red-crowned crane fluttered its wings and landed at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, immediately alerting the guards at the entrance. When a guard saw the majestic aura of the crane, he subconsciously went up to greet it. He bowed and cupped his fists. "May I know which sect has arrived?" "Be **starred, you don't even recognize my Qingling sect's young master Yi Chen?" A moment later, a dignified and delicate voice came from the crane. "You're really blind, you dog!" The young master of the Qingling sect, Yi Chen? That guard could not help but be stunned. Didn't the young master of the Qingling sect just enter? Why is there another young master of the Qingling sect in front of me? Thinking to this point, he could not help but subconsciously raise his head. He saw a young man with a face full of poison spots who looked like an ugly monster, quietly looking at him. On the left and right of the young man, there were two beautiful women. Seeing that the former was staring at them, one of the women berated again, "Impudent! How dare you not kneel when you see our Qingling sect's young master, Yi Chen?" The guard looked at the poison-spotted young man in disbelief. "Are you really young master, Yi Chen of the Qingling sect?" The poison-spotted young man frowned slightly and said slowly, "Why? Could it be that someone is pretending to be me?" His voice was like fingernails scratching on a blackboard. It was ear-piercing and unpleasant, causing many people to have goosebumps all over their bodies. "You're the ones who are impudent." The guard was furious. He said while grinning coldly, "We've just seen young master Yi Chen from the Qingling sect. He's clearly elegant and dignified. How dare an ugly monster like you impersonate him? I think you're tired of living. Men, take them down." With that, he waved his hand. "Kill." The dozen or so Foundation building commanders from the city governor's mansion behind him immediately swarmed forward, throwing all sorts of divinities and spells at the crane. Be asterisk starred. The poison-spotted young man's face darkened, as if he was furious. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent the dozen or so people flying. It didn't take long for the commotion to attract the attention of many people. Not long after, Commander Hong flew into the sky. The guard from before acted as if he had seen his savior and immediately told him everything that had happened. Commander Hong stared at the poison-spotted young man and the others with a grim expression. Sir, the real young Master Yi of the Qingling sect was personally welcomed in by me. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being merciless. You're saying that the person who pretended to be me has already entered? The poison-spotted young man laughed out of extreme anger. Commander Hong narrowed his eyes, and killing intent surged faintly. You're still pretending. I've already said that the person who entered earlier is the real young master, Yi Chen of the Qingling sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the poison-spotted young man waved his sleeve, and a green token landed in his hand. Open your dog eyes and see what this is. Commander Hong took it and took a look. The scene that entered his eyes caused his body to tremble like a bolt from the blue. The words Qingling sect were written on the front of the token, while the words Yi Chen were written on the back. The formation wave on it proved that the token was real. The Qingling token. It was the Qingling token that only the core disciples of the Qingling sect had. At this moment, if he still did not realize something, he would have wasted his cultivation to this day. Why, you're the young master, Yi Chen. Commander Hong was so shocked that he almost cried out. If the person before him was the real one, then who was the person who entered earlier? Let's go. The poison-spotted young man flicked his sleeves and said calmly, I'd like to see who exactly dares to impersonate me. Although his voice was extremely calm, Commander Hong and the rest still felt a chill run down their spines. The two women beside him could not help but reveal cruel smiles. The young master of the Qingling sect, Yi Chen, had a dual fire and with spiritual root. He had an extremely high talent in alchemy since he was young. He had once caused a cauldron explosion due to alchemy, destroying his face and vocal cords. Although there were medicinal pills in the cultivation world that could repair his face, young Master Yi rejected them. He wanted to maintain his current ugly appearance as a reminder. However, he was suspected to be a fake because of his appearance. End of this chapter. Chapter 1320. At the banquet in the city governor's mansion. Brother Yi, come. Let me introduce you. River Feather pulled Yi Chen into the crowd enthusiastically. He pointed at a gloomy young man and introduced, This is Wang Shan, a disciple of the Wang family, one of the 7 cultivation families in Chaoga. Wang Shan, Brother Yi, is young master Yi Chen from the Qingling sect. As soon as he said that, Wang Shan, who was initially cold, could not help but have a change of expression. He clasped his fists at Yi Chen and said, Greetings, young Master Yi. The rest also bowed to Yi Chen. Although the young talents from the cultivation families were famous in Chaoga City, they knew that they were nothing compared to the people from the 4 cultivation sections. Yi Chen nodded lightly in response. River Feather pointed at a rather pretty lady in her 20s and introduced, Brother Yi, this is Su Jiao from the Su family. Su Jiao stuck to Yi Chen like a water snake. She chuckled and said, I didn't expect young Master Yi to be even more handsome than the rumors say. Before Yi Chen could speak, Ming Ming, who was in his embrace, pushed Su Jiao and shouted, Go away, you ugly woman. Don't seduce my daddy. Su Jiao looked awkward. She forced a smile on her face and retreated to the side. However, she occasionally looked at the little girl with resentment. She, Su Jiao, was considered a beauty in the Su family and even in Chaoga City. She did not expect to be called ugly by a little girl today. However, she could only give up when she thought about Yi Chen's identity. The rest also laughed out loud. They seemed to be happy to see Su Jiao being humiliated in public. After all, although the people from the 7 families seemed to be extremely harmonious on the surface, they had fought countless times in secret. After Yi Qin sent everyone away, he walked around the hall while carrying his daughter. His divine consciousness passed through the countless rooms that were sealed by formations in an attempt to find out useful information. On the other side, Qin Song led the Qin family to a remote corner and sat down. He looked at the countless geniuses who passed by anxiously. Qin Shui's eyes were a little dim. She lowered her head and said softly, "Grandpa, I finally know the difference between me and them." The others nodded in agreement. Before leaving the Qin clan, they still felt that they were incomparably outstanding. However, after witnessing a truly grand scene, they could not help but feel inferior in their hearts. Qin Song smiled bitterly. In reality, wasn't he the same? He was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, the head of the Qin clan, but in the end he was inferior to some juniors. "It's all thanks to young Lord Yi that we could come in." He could not help but look for Yi Qin in the hall as he thought to this point. The elites of the 7 families have to be respectful to young Master. And in River Feather's camp, someone looked at Yi Qin and sneered. It said that the young master of the Azure Spirit sect, Yi Qin, is a cold and arrogant person. Now that I see it, he really does live up to his reputation. He doesn't even bother with us. Save it. Don't you know who he is and who we are? Perhaps he looks down on us from the bottom of his heart. Someone said sourly, "Is Brother Yi all right?" Everyone, don't misunderstand him. When River Feather heard this, he could not help but defend Yi Qin. After all, he's a member of a large sect. It's normal for him to be a little arrogant. However, he's still all right. Su Jiao smiled strangely and said, "River Feather, among us, you're the closest to young Master Yi. Of course, you'll speak up for him." Just as River Feather was about to speak, the door of the entire hall suddenly made a loud noise. Then he heard an extremely cold voice. "Which one of you is Yi Qin? Please step forward and let me have a look." Following this sudden voice, the originally noisy hall immediately quietened down. Countless gazes looked towards the door in unison. At the front was Commander Hong, who was filled with killing intent, and behind him were dozens of city governor's mansion guards. Commander Hong ignored everyone's gazes and knelt on one knee. He said with incomparable respect, "Young Master Yi, please." Under everyone's gazes, a young man in black slowly walked in. The young man's face was covered in poison spots, but there was an endless murderous aura between his brows. Young Master Yi, River Feather, and the rest were stunned. Before anyone could react, Commander Hong stood up and ordered, "Seal all the exits. Don't let anyone out." Yes, the dozens of guards immediately split into 2 groups and orderly blocked the exits and entrances of the banquet, causing the temperature in the entire hall to suddenly cool down. The poison-spotted young man did not say a word. His sinister gaze swept across the entire hall, causing many people to tremble in fear. "Brother Yi, you're actually here." At this moment, a soft laugh rang out. The tightly shut door on the 2nd floor was opened, and a young man in white walked out. The pupils of a familiar person violently constricted as he subconsciously blurted out, "It's the young master of the ancient sword sect, Gu Jinghong." Another woman in green slowly walked out. Her eyes were like silk as she smiled coquettishly and said, "Brother, you seems to be in a bad mood. Did someone offend you?" Behind him, another gloomy black-clothed man walked out. Hahuan sect master's disciple, 6 Desires Fairy, and the Heavenly Ghost sect master's only son, Luo Qingqin. The appearance of the 3 people caused the atmosphere to rise to the extreme. The 3 great cultivation sects, the Ancient Sword sect, the Hahuan sect, and the Heavenly Ghost sect had all arrived. The Heavenly Ghost sect's Luo Qingqin laughed coldly. "Brother Yi, you're the young master of the Azure Spirit sect after all. How could there be an ignorant person who offended you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place was in an uproar. Many people looked at the poison-spotted young man in disbelief. He was the young master of the Azure Spirit sect. Yi Qin, River Feather, and the rest were stunned and could not react for a moment. A moment later, Wang Shun from the Wang family was the first to recover. He suddenly looked at River Feather beside him. "Brother River, why did this Azure Spirit sect's young master Yi appear?" "I'm also dumbfounded." River Feather felt like his brain had short-circuited. As he spoke, he searched for Yi Chen in the crowd. Almost at that instant, the faces of Qin Song and the rest in the corner were incomparably pale. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. He's the Azure Spirit. Sex, young master Yi? Then that young master, Yi we know, he's... Qin Song stammered. He did not believe it. But after all, there were people from the 3 great cultivation sects as witnesses, so he had no choice but to believe it. Just as he was struggling with himself, he saw Commander Hong, who was guarding the door, walk straight towards him and the others. His gaze was as if he was looking at a dead person. "How dare you? How dare you lie to me?" Commander Hong directly stretched out his hand and lifted Qin Song into the air. His expression was incomparably ferocious. Then he looked at the poison-spotted young man and said, "Young master Yi, it was this person who told me that the impostor was the Azure Spirit sect's young master Yi." End of this chapter. Chapter 13:21. Let go of me. At that moment, Qin Song was horrified. He tried to struggle, but he was firmly restrained by Commander Hong. "Let go of my grandfather. Let go of the patriarch." Qin Shui and the rest rushed forward in an attempt to save Qin Song. "Get lost." Commander Hong swept his sleeve and sent them flying. They crashed heavily onto the ground, and blood dyed the ground red. Xiaoxue, Qin Song's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he suddenly felt a cold, killing intent lock onto him. Under this killing intent, he did not even have the strength to resist. The poison-spotted youth looked at him quietly and then grinned. "Tell me, where's the person who impersonated me? Otherwise, I'll destroy your entire family." As soon as he said that, the entire hall was enveloped in a cold chill and bone-piercing, killing intent. Many people subconsciously shivered. Was this the terrifying part of the Qingling sect's young master Yi? Someone was shocked. On the other hand, Gu Jinghong and the rest from the ancient sword sect watched this scene with a faint smile, like a cat playing with a mouse. Meeting the poison-spotted youth's gaze, Qin Song's face turned pale as he said in a trembling voice, "I don't know." "You don't know?" The poison-spotted youth smirked coldly and pointed at Qin Song. In the next moment, Qin Song's entire right arm exploded on the spot, and scarlet blood spurted out. "Ah!" Qin Song screamed violently. The poison-spotted youth smiled sinisterly. "I'll give you one more chance. Tell me where the person who impersonated me is, and I'll spare your life." "Kill me, kill me." Qin Song laughed maniacally. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? I won't be able to escape death, even if I tell you." Although he was a little angry that Yi Chan had lied to him, he did not hate him because Yi Chan had not taken anything from the Qin family from the beginning to the end. On the contrary, Yi Chan had given him the Dustfall pill and many true origin pills of the Qin family's elders. He had even severely injured Feng Huazi and saved his life. "You're quite courageous." Not only was the poison-spotted youth not angry, but he also smiled. With another finger, a medicinal pill shot out from his hand and landed in Commander Hong's hand. "Commander Hong, this is a heart-devouring pill. It can devour a person's heart without harming any other organs." Meeting Commander Hong's gaze, he said in an extremely calm voice, "Feed it to him. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, I want him to taste the pain of thousands of insects biting his heart." "All right." Commander Hong's face slightly changed as he sneered and forcefully fed the pellet into Qin Song's mouth. His sinister methods caused everyone in the hall to be incomparably terrified. They thought in their hearts, as expected of the Green Spirit sect that specializes in medicinal pills, they even have such a vicious medicinal pill. At this time, a fawning voice suddenly sounded in the hall. "Young lordie, I know where the person who impersonated you is." At that moment, River Feather's complexion changed. He looked at Su Jiao with disbelief. The poison-spotted youth looked towards the source of the voice and said indifferently, "Tell me, and after the matter is done, I will give you a dust-fall pill." Su Jiao was ecstatic when she heard this. She couldn't help but point at River Feather beside her. "The person who impersonated you was brought in by River Feather, and it was also River Feather who introduced him to us. He is the Green Spirit sect's young Lord Yi." As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but look at River Feather. Wang Shun and the others, who were originally standing with him, subconsciously retreated far away. Wang Shun added fuel to the fire. "Young Lord Yi, Su Jiao is right. It is River Feather." The poison-spotted youth narrowed his eyes at River Feather, then faintly smiled and said, "The Jiang family's young Lord River Feather? Can you tell me where that person is? If I say I don't know, would you believe me?" River Feather smiled bitterly, but his expression was still calm. The poison-spotted youth smiled, but didn't say anything. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. Then he stretched out his hand and directly grabbed at River Feather. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from River Feather's body, directly intimidating the former. "Young lordie, this is not your Green Spirit sect. Don't go too far. Golden Core Stage." The complexions of Su Jiao and the others changed. Then they looked at River Feather with shock. "You actually quietly stepped into the Golden Core Stage." The others were also shocked. A mere descendant of a cultivation family was actually able to step into the Golden Core Stage at such a young age. This kind of talent, even if placed in the 4 great cultivation sects, wouldn't be excessive. Early Golden Core Stage? Your talent isn't bad. The poison-spotted youth seemed surprised. Then he shook his head and said, "What a pity. Whether it is early Golden Core Stage or late Golden Core Stage, it can't change anything." As he finished speaking, he directly slapped his hand towards River Feather. When River Feather saw this, all the hairs on his body stood on end. His face was bitter. "Brother Yi, I'm going to die because of you. You can't cheat people like this." Wang Shun and the others suddenly revealed cold smiles. "River Feather, so what if you stepped into the Golden Core Stage a step ahead of us? Since you have offended young Lord Yi, it will be hard for you to escape death today." Just as the poison-spotted youth's hand was about to land on River Feather, the sound of something tearing through the air suddenly came from afar. Then the poison-spotted youth let out a muffled groan and quickly retracted his hand. On that hand, there was a chopstick that had pierced through his palm, and blood was flowing out. Before anyone could react, they heard a cold voice approaching from afar. "Are you so eager to die?" The poison-spotted youth looked over with a gloomy expression. A white-haired man slowly descended from the 3rd floor of the hall. The man was carrying a 6-year-old girl in his arms. Under such a scene, the girl did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, she widened her jet-black eyes and sized them up. "It's him, it's him." At that moment, Commander Hong could not help but say to the poison-spotted youth, "Young Lord Yi, it's this kid who impersonated you." The poison-spotted youth stared fixedly at Yi Qin. Even the young master of the ancient sword sect, Gu Jinghong, and the others were no exception. They could not see through him. They could not see through his cultivation base at all. However, he had pierced through the poison-spotted youth's palm, who had a pseudo-nascent soul cultivation base. Yi Qin ignored everyone's gazes. He looked at Qin Shui and the rest who had fainted on the ground. Subsequently, he walked to Commander Hong slowly and said calmly, "Hand the Qin family's master to me and I'll spare your life." "Brat, You're still boasting shamelessly even when you're about to die. Commander Han's gaze was extremely sinister. How dare you pretend to be young, Lord Yi? Don't even think about walking out of here alive today. Bleck! Before he could finish speaking, his entire body exploded into a bloody mist. Warm blood splattered on many people's faces. Many people were petrified on the spot. One had to know that Commander Han was a perfect stage Golden Core cultivator, yet he was killed instantly by the other party. Even his Golden Core was not left behind. Who exactly was this person? Plop! Qin Song fell heavily to the ground. You really talk too much nonsense. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. Then he extended his hand and grabbed Qin Song through the air. Immortal Master Yi Wei. Qin Song smiled bitterly. End of this chapter. Chapter 1323. Almost as soon as the governor of Zhaoga City, Shaoxing, issued the SOS. Within the dreamy cloud mountain range, there were mountains everywhere. They were as straight as arrows, and it was difficult for ordinary people to climb them. Towering palaces stood on top of these mountains. Countless waterfalls poured down from the peaks like an upside-down Milky Way. The mist was like clouds, and it was like a celestial land. This was the location of the 4 major cultivation sects in the Luoxia region. The dreamy cloud mountain range covered an area of tens of thousands of miles. The spiritual energy in the area was like a dragon, and there were countless treasures. However, all of them were occupied by the 4 major cultivation sections. The 4 major cultivation sects were the Green Spirit Sect, the Ancient Sword Sect, the Hahuan Sect, and the Heavenly Ghost Sect. In the depths of a cave in the Ancient Sword Sect, there was a deep, secret chamber. At this moment, an elder with white hair and a ruddy complexion was sitting cross-legged. The elder wore an ochre robe, and his eyes were closed in concentration. He was motionless, as if he was meditating. At this moment, a blood-red light swept over from the void. It heavily collided with the outside of the cave and was blocked by a formation. The elder suddenly opened his eyes and reached out with one hand. The formation opened automatically, and he immediately grabbed the blood-red light. It's the governor of Zhaoga City's SOS. Feeling the strong psyche power coming from the blood-red light, the old man frowned and said, Shaoxing is an early-stage, nascent soul cultivator after all. Yet someone could force him to this extent. Could it be that the fierce man who appeared a few days ago has returned? No. I received news that that person had a fierce battle with Senior Qi Huang. After that, there were no more movements. I think he must have been killed by Senior Qi Huang. Speaking up to this point, the elder's eyes flickered slightly. Shaoxing is a member of our ancient sword sect. We can't just ignore him. Fine, I'll go and take a look. After speaking, he immediately stood up. With a shake of his body, he instantly appeared outside the cave. At this moment, a sword light swept over from the horizon. Suddenly, the figure of a skinny elder appeared, and the latter knelt heavily on the ground. Great Elder, Jinghong's soul tablet is broken. As soon as he said this, the temperature of the world seemed to cool down. The ochre-robed elder narrowed his eyes. Who killed him? The skinny old man withstood the pressure and said in a trembling voice, I'm not sure yet. The young Master Jinghong was attending the banquet at the City Lord Manor in Zhaoga City. Now that he is dead, I'm afraid that is where the problem lies. Zhaoga City again, the ochre-robed elder suddenly smiled. In the next moment, he transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky. Right at that moment, a ray of green light shot over from afar as well, and it instantly revealed an old man in green robes. The green-robed old man's expression was gloomy. He said indifferently, Brother Gu, what is your purpose in going there? The old man in the ochre robe glanced at him and said expressionlessly, The young master of the ancient sword sect, Gu Jinghong, died in Zhaoga City. Before he could finish, the green-robed old man's expression changed. The young master of the green spirit sect, Yi Chen, also died in Zhaoga City. Their gazes met. Then, two extreme killing intents erupted from them. You killed the young masters of two great sects in the Sunset region. You are truly lawless, even if this person is a true immortal who descended into the mortal world. He will die today, at the banquet at the City Lord Manor in Jauga City. The nature of the banquet had long changed. It was replaced by the stench of blood and killing intent. Countless people looked at the white-haired young man sitting in the middle of the hall with fear on their faces. Their hearts were trembling. This person killed the young master of the Green Spirit sect, Yi Qin, and the young master of the Ancient Sword sect, Gu Jinghong. He even suppressed the nascent soul cultivator, Shaoxing, the city lord of Jauga City. After a series of devastating attacks, this person didn't flee for his life. Instead, he stayed at the scene calmly. Just this bearing alone made everyone look up to him. The atmosphere at the banquet was very oppressive and solemn. Only Yi Qin and his daughter were eating the delicacies on the table. The little girl's eyes widened. She pointed at the delicacy in the middle of the table with the chopsticks in her hand and said, "Daddy, what's this?" "It's quite delicious. That's roasted with a rank too mystical beast, the rock sparrow. I think the person who cooked it added a lot of spiritual wine, so the meat is chewy. It's fatty, but not greasy." Yi Qin picked up another piece of meat for her with his chopsticks while smiling. Subsequently, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head to look at Qin Song, River Feather, and the rest. "Master Qin, young Master Jiang, don't just watch. Eat your chopsticks." Qin Song and River Feather could not help but force a smile upon hearing that. At a time like this, even though the dragon meat was right in front of them, they were not in the mood to eat it. In particular, River Feather. In his heart, he deeply regretted participating in this shitty day-night banquet. Now he had been completely implicated. He knew very well that Yi Qin had killed the young masters of two great immortal cultivation sects consecutively. He would definitely incur the wrath of the two great immortal cultivation sections. At that time, his identity as the so-called young master of the Jiang clan would be useless. Not only would he die, but the Jiang clan behind him would also be destroyed. "Boy, if you know what's good for you, you'd better loosen the restriction on my body now, then cripple your own cultivation and kneel down to be bound." At this time, the governor of Jauga City, who was suppressed on the ground, couldn't help but threaten, "You can't withstand the anger of the two cultivation sections." However, Yi Qin did not seem to hear that. The city lord of Jauga City, Shaoxing, scolded him angrily again. "Little brat, are you deaf? Let me go." Meng Meng immediately became unhappy. "Daddy, he's so noisy. Dad, tell him to shut up." Yi Qin chuckled softly and turned his head to glance at Shaoxing. The latter felt as if his mouth was glued with tape. He could not make any sound at all. Everyone could not help but be dumbfounded. If they hadn't witnessed it for themselves, they wouldn't have believed that a nascent soul would be reduced to such a state. Subsequently, countless eyes looked at Yi Qin and his daughter. Who was this person? Why did he dare to ignore the four cultivation sects? At that moment, Qin Song took a deep breath in and suddenly stood up and said, "Immortal Master Yi, please allow us to leave." At this point, he really did not dare to get involved with Yi Qin anymore. After all, the Kangwu Qin family was only a third-rate cultivation family. "Master Qin, if I were you, I'd stay." However, Yi Qin chuckled softly. "Perhaps your Qin family will rise to become the #1 cultivation force in the Luoxia region because of your choice." Qin Song was confused. "Why?" Yi Qin said calmly, "That's because the so-called four great immortal sects might end in my hands." Everyone was stunned when they heard that. Then disbelief filled their eyes. Qin Song thought he had heard it wrong. Yi Qin wanted to destroy the four cultivation sects. Su Jiao and the rest in the crowd scoffed. "Isn't he too good at bragging?" How many years had the four cultivation sects suppressed the Luoxia region? Now that it was still standing, how could it be destroyed by just anyone? Moreover, the four cultivation sects still had the God Formation Patriarch and the Immortal Ambassador. At that moment, a terrifying sound of wind and thunder surged between heaven and earth. "It's here!" Everyone was stunned at first. Then they seemed to have thought of something. They could not help but be shocked and kept quiet out of fear. Chapter 13:24. At that moment, the city governor of Chowga City, Shaoxing, who was suppressed on the ground and could not move, could not help but reveal a look of ecstasy. He looked at Yi Qin as if he was looking at a dead man. "Do you think you're the only one who's a mastery stage nascent soul cultivator?" Not only did the four great immortal sects have mastery stage nascent soul cultivators, but they also had supreme existences like soul formation patriarchs. "There's no way for you to survive now." However, Yi Chen was unmoved by that. He continued feeding his daughter as if he did not see it. Rumble! A strong wind blew outside the hall, and two shocking auras descended. At that moment, everyone could not help but bend their bodies, their faces filled with shock. Under everyone's gaze, two old voices slowly walked into the hall. One of them carried an ancient sword and had white hair and a youthful face. The other wore a green robe. The ancient sword sect's grand elder and the green spirit sect's sect leader, River Feather, recognized the two of them at a glance. At that moment, his mind was buzzing as if he had been struck by lightning. "It's over. Brother Yi is finished." Whether it was the ancient sword sect's grand elder or the green spirit sect's sect leader, they were both mastery stage nascent soul cultivators, and they had broken through 100 years ago. Compared to his despair, the city governor of Chowga City, who was suppressed on the ground, was extremely excited. He struggled with all his might against the restriction that Yi Chen had cast on him, but it was useless. The ancient sword sect's grand elder, Gu Qiansui, scanned the hall coldly. He paused on Shaoxing for a few seconds before fixing his gaze on Yi Chen. Even the green spirit sect leader, Yi Kuhi, was no exception. Even though there was no aura coming from Yi Chen's body, the two of them could still sense the extraordinary aura and deterrence on his body. However, Yi Chen's overly young appearance made the two of them feel uncertain. At that moment, Gu Qiansui and Yi Ku, he looked at each other at the same time. They could sense a trace of suspicion in each other's eyes. In the end, Gu Qiansui took a step forward and suddenly spoke, shaking the hall. "Are you the one who killed my ancient sword sect's young master?" Hearing his voice, everyone felt like thunder rumbled in their heads. They could not help but spit blood. Yi Chen picked up a handkerchief and wiped his mouth. He then lifted his head slowly to look at him and said calmly, "That's right, it's me." "The young master of the Qingling sect was also killed by you?" Yi Kuhi's expression was icy as he spoke in a cold voice. "Me too." Yi Chen nodded lightly and looked at the two of them with slight mockery. "You too want to avenge them?" "I'm afraid a late-stage, nascent soul cultivator won't be enough. Go back and tell your divine transformation patriarchs to come here. You think you're qualified to meet a soul formation ancestral patriarch?" Gu Chensue's eyes were cold as he stretched his hand out to grab Yi Chen. "Follow me back, young man. If you're smart, it's best that you don't fight back. Perhaps you'll suffer less. Mr. Yi." At that moment, Qin Song and the others couldn't help but shout. To them, Yi Chen would definitely not be a match for the ancient sword sect's grand elder. Therefore, they were terrified and helpless. "It's over. My Jiang clan is finished." River Feather's body softened, and he slumped onto the ground. Su Jiao and the rest could not help but smirk. What a pity. He already has such a cultivation base at such a young age. He's said to have extraordinary talent, but he doesn't know how to restrain himself. He deserves this. "Brat, I'll skin you alive, pull out your tendons and refine your soul. I'll make you wish you were dead," the city governor of Chowga City said with resentment in his eyes. Facing Gu Chensue's big hand that was coming at him, Yi Qin said calmly. I told you that the two of you aren't enough. He used his finger as a saber and slashed it in the air. Slash, in an instant, a saber gleam that was thousands of meters long appeared out of nowhere like a peerless divine saber. It whistled and sliced Gu Chensue's body and nascent soul into half. Dead silence. The place suddenly fell into dead silence. Countless people stared blankly at the scene. The expression on their faces was still stuck on the scene earlier. The ancient sword sex Grand Elder, a mastery stage nascent soul cultivator, yet he was killed with a single slash. This! At that moment, River Feather, Qin Tsang, and the rest could not help but widen their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. In the deathly silent hall, everyone only had eyes for the white-haired, black-eyed young man with a calm expression. How is this possible? The Green Spirit sect leader, Yi Ku-hee, was shocked. He could not believe the scene. Then, a heavy thought suddenly flashed through his mind. As soon as the thought appeared, he was so scared that he immediately trembled. Divine Lord Soul Formation. Why, you're a Divine Lord Soul Formation! The moment that was said, the entire place fell silent. Shock surged through countless people's hearts. Their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Yi Qin again. The city governor of Chaoga City was even more shocked. Divine Lord Soul Formation. Qin Tsang felt his mind buzzing. He stared blankly at Yi Qin. Mr. Yi is actually a Divine Lord Soul Formation. River Feather, on the other hand, forced a smile. He could not help but recall the first time he met Yi Qin. He did not believe Yi Qin when he said that he was at intermediate stage soul formation. It seemed like Yi Qin really did not lie to him back then. Thinking of this, the doubts in his mind suddenly dissipated. No wonder, brother, Yi was able to destroy the Zhang clan in an instant. No wonder Brother Yi still killed Gu Jinghong and Gu Li after knowing their identities, because this was the prestige that a soul formation perfected cultivator should have. He suddenly shuddered and shouted excitedly, "We're rich! Our Jiang clan is rich! I actually know a divine lord of transformation stage." Su Jiao and the others were dumbstruck. When they came to their senses, all that was left in their hearts was endless regret. That was a soul formation perfected cultivator. If they had even the slightest bit of fawning just now, it would have changed the fate of them and their families. Thump! Under everyone's gaze, the sect leader of the Green Spirit sect, Yi Ku-hee, knelt heavily before Yi Qin. He said in a trembling voice, "I didn't recognize you, Divine Lord. Please forgive me. Please forgive me." There was only one Divine Lord of the Divine Transformation Realm, even in the Green Spirit sect. Forgive? Yi Qin carried his daughter and walked toward him step by step. A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. "How do you want me to forgive you?" Seeing his expression, the Qinyang sect leader's heart sank. He knew that Yi Qin would not let him go. He could not help but grit his teeth and crush a talisman in his hand. Boom! Following a monstrous explosion, the void exploded. An invisible vortex came with a terrifying suction force, directly sucking him in. Is this a life-saving technique given to you by a soul formation cultivator? Yi Qin smiled lightly. You can't escape. With a flash, he extended his hand and grabbed the void. He used the innate chi-capturing technique and forcefully destroyed the other party's teleportation power. Ah! The Green Spirit sect leader screamed. His body was crushed by the void on the spot. Only his soul was captured by Yi Qin's hand. Yi Qin held the other party's soul lightly and was about to perform the soul-searching tactic. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the void. "Fellow, please stop!"